you know what? I think I'm having a menopausal flush. Is that what they're called? Flush. I can't believe how hot it is. I've got the aircon on. Poor old Joy's going to have to be freezing in here this morning. Anyway, good morning. Sunday morning. Welcome to Sow and Quarter. Got a fabulous day lined up for you today. Would you like to have a look at what we're bringing for you today? Oh, not yet. We're not ready for it yet, apparently. I've got no Hayley. Here we go. Here is the Home Sown Sunday at 8 o'clock. That's now. We've got the Curvy Log Cabin with Joy. At 9 o'clock, we've got So Organised. That's with Joe. Then at 10 o'clock, we've got Piecing Masterclass. And then at 11 o'clock, Sow a Unicorn. Favourite unicorns in 4 gorgeous, gorgeous colours. Right, now, we'd like you to get in touch. We love you to get in touch. And the best way for you to get in touch is by the web chat. And how you do that is you go to our website, www.sowandquarter.com. And go to the main page. There you go. And then you click on, there it is, and then you click on Watch the Show. It's at the top corner there. Oh, there you go, it's on. And then if you just scroll down the page there, you say, oh, Hayley's logged in today, look. Message the studio. You just write your message. Now, keep it to 2 sentences because it gets cut off if you write more than 2 sentences. It doesn't get cut off at your end. It gets cut off at this end. Good morning, kiss, kiss. That's to all of you from Hayley. Hayley's producing today. Now, while we're on that page, if you scroll down the page, you will see, now, these will be all the items I had on my show yesterday. In a minute, they will all disappear. And everything from today's show, as we introduce it to you, will appear there. So if you're watching later on today on the repeat or tonight or when you're watching on your laptop in bed or something like that, everything that we have shown during today's show, you just need to click on it and pop it in your basket. Talking about popping things in your basket, if you scroll back up the page, while we're doing a live auction or live sale, you see there's the Denise Schmidt hexes there. Well, that'll disappear in a minute. And as we bring items live on air, they'll appear there. You can just click on there, add it to your basket. Then you see your basket. Oh, Hayley's got 4 things in her basket, it seems already. You go up to your basket on the top right-hand corner. Now, this is where it's important, right? This is where it's very, very, very important that you check out. Because it's not yours until you check out. Now, yesterday, Joe's mum and Paul, you know Paul that makes the shirts, who was on Sewing Bee, right? They both wanted the Moda charm pack. They both put it in their basket, but neither of them checked out. When they came to check out later, sold out. Sold out. So, if you want something, check out straight away. You only get charged 1 postage package of £2.95. Now, even if you check out 20 times during the day, at midnight, it will consolidate and you'll pay £2.95 post and packaging for the whole day. Now, very quickly, there's a competition going on. There is a competition going on at the moment. If you want to meet Mandy Shaw and my good self for lunch on the 22nd of July, what you need to do, have a look here, you see. What you need to do is you need to go to the Facebook page, right? Go to the Sow and Quarter Facebook page, find the bit that says Facebook competition, win lunch with John and Mandy. What you do is you have to like it and then do a comment underneath. Now, when I looked this morning, I think there were 397 comments. You need to comment there, not comment anywhere else. There were 397 comments when I looked this morning. There'll be even more today now I've mentioned that. It's on the 22nd of July. You come to the studios, you meet everyone in the studios to see the show happening. Then you go for lunch with Mandy and I. You also win a goodie bag worth £75. And 3 runners-up will get goodie bags of £25 each. They don't come to the studio, though. And if you look at terms and conditions on the website, because we give you some money towards your travel and everything. It's fantastic. And if you want, we're going just down the road to I think it's the Nightingale we're going for lunch. Anyway, very nice. I'll stop chattering now, shall I, and get on with the show? Because aren't these beautiful? We've got Joy with us, and it's always a joy to have Joy here, isn't it? Look at these, right? Do you know what these are? These are called Curvy Log Cabins. I like this one best myself. It's the same principle, but different. And Joy's going to show us how to do that in a second. So I'm just going to put those there. But before we go and see Joy, I want you to see the 3 bundles. The bundles I've got for you. Now, that one I've just shown you is this. It's called Summer Glow, right? £19.45. Now, you get 2.5 metres of fabric, half a metre of each. So you've got Vienna orange, you've got the linear orange there. I'd say that was a pistachio colour, sand spot on, and a yellow, like a maize solid there. £19.45. That's the Summer Glow. Then we've got the one that you're about to see Joy demonstrating with now. Now, these colours are beautiful. This is like the seaside, isn't it, this one? Oh, in fact, that first one could have been called sand, and this could be the sea, couldn't it? Look at those gorgeous colours there. Or sea, it's called Sea Breeze, is it? Oh. So you've got your solid colours, you've got your spot on, and you've got your linear print all in there. for £19.45. £19.45. And then last but not least, this is my favourite. This is my favourite now. These are, you see, this could have been your ice cream, couldn't it, that you've had? Fruits of the forest. It's the pudding you have when you've had your lunch at the beach, right? The spot on in the raspberry tones and I think that one's azalea, isn't it? They're just beautiful, aren't they? At £19.45 for the 5 half-metre pieces there. Right, I'm going. Have a look at what we're making. Joy.
Good morning.
Oh, you missed the kiss, everybody. Never mind. How are you? Haven't seen you for ages.
No, well, I pop up every couple of weeks.
Yeah, like,
so,
a bad apple, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I was with Natasha last time.
Oh,
so,
that's right. Going to the other side and working with Natasha. Thank you. Was that because you said you didn't want to work with me anymore? That's what I've heard.
No, I think you were doing something more important.
Oh, what's that?
I don't know.
I can't think of anything more important than being with you, Joy. Right, let's put that there, and that there, and that there. So what's exactly... we all know what a log cabin is,
yes.
But what's a curvy log cabin?
The main difference with the curvy log cabin is that when you look at it, you're going to get these curve shapes. So you get the circles and you get the elliptical shapes going on. And the way we get that is we're using different sized logs to go around our log cabin.
The pieces aren't curved, are they? The pieces are still straight, aren't they?
Everything's straight stitching, but it just gives you that illusion of a curve, which is great.
So let's just have a look at these two again, because you've got two different ones here.
Yeah.
I'll just put that one there and that one there. So now these are, in effect, the same pieces of fabric, are they not?
Yep, it's exactly the same block.
In a different way.
Yep, exactly the same block, made the same way.
Oh, no, you can see it. You can see it from a distance like that, can't you? Because that one's like the sunshine there.
Yeah.
And then that one's like a star, isn't it?
Yes.
I just still like this. Is still my favourite. So isn't it funny how you can look at two? You just know which one your favourite is, because lots of people will like that one and lots of people like that one. Shall we get started then and make a log cabin? What do you use to make it then? OK,
we're going to use strips of fabric, which is the easy bit, and we're also going to use some of our favourite rulers. So we've got curvy log cabin rulers. We've got two sizes. I've got the 6-inch size and you've got an 8-inch size there. OK.
This is the 8-inch one that's on the screen at the moment. Hayley, if you switch me off, £22.95.
She got fed up of listening to you.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and we've got the...
OK, we haven't got the graphics of the small one yet. We'll do that one in a second. This is just the big one here. But they both work on the same principles,
They both work exactly the same way. It's just that, obviously, that one gives you bigger blocks. Now, to make the one that I've made there, you need to make 4 blocks. So 4 6-inch blocks.
Oh, I see. So that's a 6-inch block. That's a 6-inch block. I can't even say it. That's a 6-inch block, and that's a 6-inch block.
Correct. So you actually end up with a 12-inch block.
Okay. So if you use this one,
a 16-inch block.
Oh, so now if I've got to make just for example, I've got to make a block for a quilt that everybody's got to make a block for.
Really, that's a good idea, John.
But I need a 12-inch finished. But then, so I can't use either of those. I'd need a smaller one, wouldn't I?
Yeah, the only way you could do it is not to put so many rounds of fabric on.
Oh, yes, because that could... I mean, we can measure afterwards. That 12-inch could be there, couldn't it, almost? Or it would be a bit smaller than that, wouldn't it? But... Oh, yes, I'll suss it out. I'll suss it out.
Work it out.
I'll work it out.
Yes. Right. There you are, that's you sorted.
Say that again?
That's you sorted for
Yes, I'm sorted. I've just got to make it now. I'm going to roll my sleeves up, if that's all right.
OK. Now, people are going to say, well, why a 12-inch and why a 16-inch? Now, if I'm doing a big king-size bed quilt, I'm going to use the 8-inch one because I want nice big blocks because it will carry it.
Yes.
If I'm going to do a smaller quilt, or I want to do placemats or a table centre or something, I'd probably use the smaller one.
Right, OK.
So it just depends what project you're working on, really, and what you want it to come out looking like.
OK, so what are you going to show us today? Which one are you using for your...
I'm going to use the 6-inch one.
You'll use the 6-inch. So this is the 8-inch one that's in there at the moment. And that's a Creative Grid. We'll go through all the fantastic non-slip things in a second. Yeah. That's the 8-inch one that's in there, £22.95, but we're using the 6-inch one.
We're going to use the 6-inch today. So, as you would expect, full set of instructions.
Right.
And as ever, I've got my highlighter out.
Yes.
And just sort of highlighted where the main bits is. Lots of lovely... diagrams.
We're just bringing the upstairs camera in for you so you can have a look at that.
So that you can see exactly what you're doing as well.
And it looks quite complicated. You've got lots of little squares all over it. But actually, once you've got the routine of it, it's actually quite simple, isn't it? But it looks a little bit... Yeah. If I was to pick that ruler up and I was thinking, why are all those overlapping squares there? What's a dotted line? But you're going to teach us now how to use it.
I'm going to show you that, Let's just pop this onto here because you can see the lines. I'm ready today, John, I told you. I don't know what it is, I just found it earlier.
Oh, I see. It could be for someone else's project. Jo could be running around looking for that.
She might be. She won't notice. She won't notice.
Right.
Right, can we...
Right, so back to the upstairs camera.
Yeah, OK. So, when we look at this rule, there's lots of lines and dotted lines and things going on all over the place. So the outside line is our 1/4 inch seam line. Allowance. So we know that everything within that is what we're going to see.
So the finished block is this solid line?
Yes.
And that would be the seam allowance for you to add on to either your sashing or the next log cabin or something like that?
It'll go in, yeah. Now, it tells you on here what you need to cut.
Oh.
So you don't even need to remember anything.
Yeah.
It's telling you to cut the narrow strips at least 1 1/4 inches wide.
Right.
And the wide strips at least 1 3/4 inches wide.
Right.
So that means that if you struggle to cut straight strips and accurately, then this doesn't matter. Just cut them roughly, cut them a little bit bigger if you want to.
As long as it's wider than that?
Yeah, as long as it's at least that width that it says on there, job done.
Oh, that's brilliant, because what we all think about patchwork and quilting is the precision all the time, isn't it? Whereas this, you create the precision not in the actual first cutting, but once you've got it and then you cut it to the precise size.
We're going to trim it back.
Brilliant.
There's just one thing you do need to cut accurately, and that's the centre square.
Right.
And the centre square, if you cut that accurately, everything else will follow on for you.
Right.
Okay. Then we've got these black squares here.
Can I just ask a question before you go any further? You've just mentioned centre square.
Yeah.
And this square here has actually got centre square written on it. So that's the one you use.
I'm going to show you that in a minute,
okay,
John.
Sorry,
I'll show you
how.
I'll show you how that works.
Of course.
So on the black squares, you've got narrow round 1, narrow round 2.
Yes.
And then you've got wide round 1 and wide round 2.
Right.
Because we're going to use 2 different sized strips on opposite sides of the block.
Well, let me just bring this one in there, because you've got narrower strips and you've got chunkier strips.
That's right. So all the narrow ones
Look at your nails. Check your earrings, because they normally match your earrings, don't they? So you've got the wider strips and the narrower strips on there, right? Brilliant.
So when we're trimming, we need to make sure that we're trimming the wide strips using this side of the ruler and the narrow ones using this side of the ruler.
Brilliant. Why is there a third one there in white?
Okay, the third one there in white, that's there when we get to the end. That's our central square for trimming the whole thing off. So it's all there,
There you go, there it is, there it is. Right, okay.
Okay. You've got 2 little diagrams on here as well, showing you an individual block made up and how 4 can go together to make the circular one. And on the paperwork, where's it gone? There it is. We've got the elliptical star.
Oh, that's what it's called?
I don't know, I just made that word. But it sounds really good today, doesn't it? the phrase elliptical star just sort of comes to
tripped off the tongue.
So whatever it is.
Whether an elliptical star or not, yes.
Yeah. It doesn't show you on here or on the ruler, but you can also use this ruler to do a variation of courthouse steps using thick and thin ones as well. Okay. So
sorry to interrupt, but if you don't know what courthouse steps are, if you go to our website and go to the Learn section, there's a section on courthouse steps there.
Brilliant. Okay. So everything you need is here. You've got what to cut, how to put it together. You've got all your trimming lines and everything on here. And the dotted lines are just to help you align it up when we go to do the trimming.
I was going to say what's the
dotted
lines
So we don't need to worry about those.
And also, where are the? No, I can see them there because you've got it on white. It's got those non-slip discs around the edge, hasn't it?
Yeah, you can see.
To stop it, because when you are cutting it, you don't want it to slip and
Absolutely. So exactly the same as all the other Creative Grids ones. Okay. So I'll put that back now in case Jo wants it later. Don't want to get into too much trouble today. So here's our first square.
Right.
And as I say, it does tell you on here to cut a precise 1.5 inch square. So that's what we've done.
Right.
But it doesn't just stop there, because if you don't get your first set of seams square onto the square, it's still going to go a bit higgledy-piggledy.
Yeah.
So on here, we have
which is the thing I pointed out at the beginning, the centre square.
Yeah, these 4 little holes around that centre square.
Right. Okay. Yeah, you can just see the holes on each of the corners there.
And what you do is you line up the corner of the ruler with one of the corners of your square.
Right.
And then using one of your markers, you might need to bring the lead out a bit longer so it will go through. You just place it through here.
Oh, you've got the white one there.
Yeah, I have. I've got this one marked.
Oh, yes. I'll show you all the tools that Joy's using. I will be showing you later on if you're interested in any of them, yes. Okay. In this hour.
So now we've got our 4 little dots.
So the actual square that you cut out, that doesn't need to be precise either.
It does really.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Even though you've marked those 4 dots?
Yeah, because we want that one precisely cut and then we want to sew precisely.
Oh,
so
okay.
Experienced quilters won't bother with the dots.
No.
They'll know they can do it.
So you're telling me I've got to do the dots on mine? That's what you're saying, isn't it?
I did the dots as well, I think so, don't worry. But yeah, but it's just that extra little bit of detail that really helps to get it coming out nice and square. So that's the first thing we need to do. Then we need to have some strips cut.
So now, you say it's told you what... Yes, these are the ones where it says that have to be at least... Let me read it.
Yep.
The narrow strips have to be at least 1 1/4 inches wide, and the wide strips need to be 1 3/4, at least 1 3/4 inches wide, but not necessarily precise.
No, don't have to be precise. Yeah. And if they've gone, if they've got a little bit frayed or anything like that, it's not going to matter because we're going to trim it back afterwards. So cut out your selection of strips. I've got 2 wides and 2 narrows. And then you just need to decide which order you're going to put them in.
Right. Okay?
Now, for me, I just decided when I was doing this
one... Oh, yeah, do the blue
I can do that one.
Oh, yeah,
that'll show on that one, yeah. I decided to have the 2 orangey ones together because they're the same colour but different patterns. And then I think this is ochre, and the spotty one. Just so I could get a real contrast.
When you do a log cabin, do you normally do one side, like the different cut, like a dark? Do you do a dark and a light?
Yeah.
That's the way it needs to work.
Yeah. If you have a dark one side and light the other side, it really helps the pattern to
Does it get too confusing if you have just something different all the time? You
can have all these layers could be different, but they all need to be darks, or they all need to be lights.
That's a tip. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Right. So if you do that, you can use as many fabrics as you like.
Yeah, exactly. And what would it do if you did? Is it just an eye thing? Is it just a visual thing that if you did dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, it looks completely different?
Yeah, it all blends into one. I mean, if I use these colours, let's see if we can do it. On this side as well.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah, it all goes.
Yeah, okay.
Goes a bit pants.
Brilliant. So you pants. So you then decide which colour you want where. So obviously you've chosen for the blue one that we're doing. You've got the spot as the centre.
I've got the spot as the centre.
And then your wide side here. Yeah. You've got the linear print and the kind of lovely turquoise print.
That's right.
And then for your narrow ones on that side, you've gone for the cornflower and the kind of marine blue or something.
But what I could have done, I could have chosen any 2 combinations when I was.
But you have to decide then before you cut your strips.
You need to decide before you cut your strips. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So once we've got our little squares, the next thing to do is to add on our wide piece.
Okay.
Okay.
Now there's rules to log cabins, aren't there? You can't just start sewing anything anywhere. You have to sew in an order, don't you?
You have to sew in an order. You've either got to go clockwise all the time, or anti-clockwise all the time. Most people go clockwise. Most instructions tell you to go clockwise. Right. But if you do it the first time round and you realise you've gone anti-clockwise, just stay going that way, and it'll be fine. Okay.
Right.
So we don't have to worry about cutting the strips to the right length or anything like that. We're just going to sew it on and then press our seam back.
So you've gone way past the dots. You've gone to the end, haven't you?
You still need to. Yeah, the dots are just a placement guide for where your seam's going to be, but you need to sew right to the end.
Right, so you don't sew dot to dot, you go right the way across. No. I'm sorry if these are all a bit simple, but I'm learning how to do a log cabin.
You need to know how to do a log cabin, don't you, John? Okay, so and then all you're going to do is place the next one on and stitch it down.
Right.
Now, obviously, if you're into doing quite a few of these, then all you do, you just keep adding them onto the strip.
Oh, so you keep the strip long, and you
yeah,
just keep,
and then you can just cut them off afterwards. Okay.
Oh, that's even better because that saves even more time, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Rather than cutting all the strips.
Absolutely. So you end up with something that looks a little bit of a mess.
So yeah, so that was the first one. We put that there. You started with the spot, then you added that one.
Yes.
You've gone clockwise and you've added that one. So I'm presuming the next one, when you come to the next one, will go here.
Correct.
Then here and carry on like that.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Some people find it helps if they put numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the back of their first square to remind them, because then they can count how many pieces they've got.
Yes, because if that's there and you've got more than 2, if you've got 5 or 6 or whatever, you go off to answer the phone, you come back and you're like, oh no, which was my first one again? Yeah, exactly.
But I can show you another way to remember where you're going as well in a minute.
Yeah.
So we've got those on, and then for this first round, what Creative Grids recommend is that you trim these first 2 pieces off.
Right.
Just so that you've got it nice and square.
Right.
So to do that, we're going to take the ruler. We're looking at wide round 1.
Right, because these are the wide strips.
They're the wide strips, and it's our first round.
Yes.
Line up the black square on the 2 seam lines there. And then...
I know my place, Joy.
Well done, well done. All men should know their place.
Oh.
I'll say no more than that.
Yeah, there'll be letters.
That's for Paul if he's watching.
Oh, is it?
Yes, he should know his place.
Little Paul?
No, it's a friend.
Oh, okay.
He comes and does some sewing with me. He does Star Wars outfits and things.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit... Yeah, it's it's one of those... Joy, you can sew, can't you? Can you help me make a cross X-wing fighter pilot or whatever it was?
Fine.
I'm like, yeah, okay, fine.
So, like a challenge, I don't. Right, just go through that again. So you've lined the dark lines up with the actual seams of the first square there.
Correct.
And you've trimmed...
both sides.
Right.
Okay. So now we've got a nice square piece there.
Yes.
And then the next thing we need to do is to, in exactly the same way, add on our narrower strips. Okay? So
so you don't do 4 wide strips then?
No, you do 2.
I'm going to get completely confused then.
Going to do 2 wide. You're going to be coming to my classes soon, aren't
I'll be
you?
ringing you up.
Yeah, it's like, Joel,
I've got this piece of fabric.
Yeah. But put your name on the end of the text, will you? Because people often text me and say, I'm really sorry, I can't come to class on whatever day it is, but can you save this, that or the other from me? I'm like, well, yes, I can, but who are you?
Oh, that means you haven't got them in your phone. When that's it. So I'll know you're not.
I can't have everybody in my phone. My phone's not got enough.
Your phone's not big enough.
Not big enough. Okay, so...
I've got a message, hang on. Oh, no, nothing's come through yet.
No, we haven't got a message.
There is, but it just hasn't come through yet. Right, so you do 2 wides and 2 narrows, 2 wides and 2 narrows. Got it here. Good morning, John and Joy. The grid will be my next purchase, as I love them. Just waiting for my delivery for the 60-degree triangle, but want to do... And then it runs out, Karen, but it'd be a log cabin, I suppose. Thank you, Karen, for that.
Brilliant.
Right.
So I would take this, place it onto here. Now, a little trick is when you're putting these on here, you want to be able to see where you're...
Right, so you only squared off that one corner then?
I've only squared off that one corner,
right.
Yeah. And now I'm going to take this to here, and if we follow our, in the right order, follow our order round, that's our next one.
Right.
Now, if you put that on there, it's a bit difficult to see, but if you do it the other way and put the strip on the top, then you can use the edge of the strip as your guide for your 1/4 inch seam.
Yeah.
So, there we go. So we've done that one, put this one on, and then we've put this one on.
Right, okay.
So we've now got a complete round. But what we need to do now is we need to trim off the next size.
Right. Are we still on first round?
So
Are we still on round 1?
We're still on round 1. We've did the wide one. So now we've got to turn this round
because it's now the narrow one.
To the narrow one. Round 1, there it is.
Yeah, so you always put that square on your central square.
Whichever round you're doing, that square always matches up the middle.
So we're still round 1,
but
we're on the narrow, because this is the narrow strip.
These are the narrow strips, okay?
Brilliant.
So now I can use these off. And of course, using the rotating cutting mat for this is absolutely fabulous, okay? So we trimmed it off. And then we're going to carry on and put our next rounds on. Now, when we get to the second round, we can put all 4 on before we need to trim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've actually done it both ways on the first round, one where I trimmed and one where I didn't trim. I didn't find a lot of difference, but going by the instructions is always always
exactly.
A bit
Especially when you're new to it, like me, it's best.
Yeah, well, I wanted to try it.
When you're experienced like you can think, oh, well, I know I don't need to do it now, I can do it later. But if you're new, you might miss something really important out, and then think, oh, I can't go back now. Yeah.
I just wanted to see what happened if I didn't.
Yes.
So there we go. So so now we've got our second.
This is we put another wide one on.
Yep.
And then this one here is our narrow. Will be our narrow one, won't it?
Correct.
But we're round 2. This is round 2.
This is now round 2. Here's our first round. Now, when you've got your first round done, can you see that there's 2 seams here?
Oh, yes.
So that's the clue to put your next strip on. There will from this point on, there will always be 2 seams on one side.
And that's always the first one that you
And that's always the next. So when I've put this one on, there'll be 2 seams there, and it will take you round. Okay?
Good tip.
So we've got all 4 on here. So we've got the narrow strips.
Narrow round 2.
So we've got
I'm with you.
Yeah, narrow round 2. Line our square.
Oh, and I now see about these dotted lines as well. They match up with.
Yeah, they're helping because you could get it a little bit squiggly, but we won't today. So again, we can trim these off. That one didn't. That's me not putting enough pressure on. Okay, then we turn the square round and we turn the ruler round.
Oh, okay. Oh.
So now we're on wide
round 2.
So again, if I line this up onto here.
And again, the dotted lines match up with that seam and that seam there.
Yep. It's clever, isn't it?
Morning, John and Joy. Love Joy's demonstrations. Lots of love, Nora.
Oh, good morning, Nora. It's lovely when people take the trouble to get up and watch us, isn't it? And not only get up and watch us, but tell us they're watching.
I know, exactly.
Which is good. I usually get a text on a Saturday night from a friend of mine saying, I'll be watching you tomorrow,
Oh.
We've been friends for 40 years, I think it is, 40 years.
An email from Barbara. Hello, Joy. It's not on there, it's an email. Oh, you're quite right, Joy, about men. The problem is keeping them in their place.
Like it? Well, we've started something now, haven't I?
Yes, exactly. That's
sorry.
it now. She says what, Hayley? Oh, she loves log cabin. I must try it. I will do. I am going to.
Yes, and we want to see it when you've done it.
Well, you will, because it'll be on a big blooming quilt, won't it? Just so you know, emails come through to Hayley there. We can't read them. These are just your web chats that come through here. Yes. Right, OK, so that's not... Right, how big's that?
We haven't got a... We can do it on
I've got to take measure.
We can do it. No, we can...
I've got a ruler.
Take the measure. We can do it on here. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5.
Oh.
So 4 of those would give you an 8-inch block.
So what?
4 of those would give you an 8-inch
So that's... Right, OK. Not that I'm worried about it. Right, now, you've got, in each of those bundles, which I'll go and show you again in a second, you've got 2.5 metres, haven't you? 1, 2, 3... How many blocks could we make in 2.5 metres? Quite a lot.
A lot.
A lot?
A lot. A lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
Right, OK.
A lot.
I'll go through the bundles in a second.
I don't know. We'll have to work that out. OK, so that's round 2. So if you wanted an 8-inch block, just stop there.
And join 4 of those together.
And then join 4 of those together, and then you'll have your circle or your...
Could you make me another 3 of those? No, we're not allowed. We're not allowed to get any help. We have to make them ourselves. Right.
OK, so then, having done that one, we then go on to add our next round on. Go that way round again. OK, so there's our... Right,
so where are we up to? Right,
that's where we were.
OK, this is where we were. Look, are we going to the upstairs? There we go.
Yep, that's where we were.
Yeah.
And if I take that away, now added on 2 wides and 2 narrows. Back to the ruler again. Now, this time we've got the wide ones here. So if we go for our wide one, and this is now...
3, round 3. So I was listening to the row upstairs. I'm listening to the row upstairs. I wasn't listening to you.
How dare. Now, can you see this time, when I've lined up round 3 on here, we can trim the whole thing round in one go?
Do you have to line up the narrow one then?
No, because this magical white square here
It's your finish, it's your end.
Yes, it's lined up your wide and your narrow strips. So all we need to do now is trim this all the way round.
Right, I was about to say it in the last time, but this is where this rotating mat's brilliant, isn't it? Because then you don't move the fabric at all.
No.
Or is it our song? Hasn't come through yet. Sonia's don't come through for some reason. Keep cutting.
I'm cutting. Even get rid of me rubbish, how about that?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we've gone all the way round.
Sonia's enthralled, she says. Sonia, for some reason, you've obviously got a funny web chat thing. Yours never ever comes through from there to me. Right, sorry, go on.
Isn't it? No. So now we've got
love it.
A completed block. Now, you can see, because we've got these steps here, that's where we're going to get that illusion of a curve.
Yes.
So, I did make some more.
Yes, I wanted the 4-inch ones, though, not the 6-inch ones.
Well, we can chop a bit off.
No.
So now you can have fun playing with these. Now, if you were doing traditional log cabins, you would probably put them together something like that, so you get like this barn raising effect.
Oh, yes, okay.
Okay. Which you can still do, even though it's going to be a bit more curvy.
Yes.
And what that does is, if you do that all over a quilt, you get lots of curvy, squirrely things going on. But
you can get all sorts of effects with using just the log cabin, can't you? Just by putting them in all different directions.
Yep.
I know Hayley was looking on... Am I allowed to mention Pinterest on her? Yeah. She was looking on Pinterest earlier, and she said there were hundreds and hundreds. They were all log cabins, but they all look completely different.
Absolutely. And any setting of blocks you can do with the straight set log cabins, you can do with this as well. But instead of having straight furrows, you'll have wavy furrows and things like that. Yeah. So then all we've got to do is put them together. So there's our
So that would make the this one, the elliptical star one.
Elliptical star, or whatever it's
elliptical. Now, it looks completely different in the blue than it does in the orange, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's why you've got to really think about your colour choices.
Yes.
Now, for me...
Because this... Sorry, Joy, I didn't mean to interrupt there. But that, if you made a quilt as that, it's going to be, oh, look at the yellow stars on there.
Absolutely.
Whereas if you look at that one,
it's
more
much
of a...
more subtle.
Yes, and it's more... when they're joined together, it's going to look like more squares than it is an elliptical star, isn't it? Because you've chosen to use the subtle colours in the middle there. But then if you put them around the other way round...
What's going to happen then is you get your...
You see, again... This one is going to scream circle.
Yeah.
That one's just subtle, beautiful ripples, isn't it?
It's to my mind, this is too blended a palette.
Yes.
Yeah.
But some people aren't like you and me.
Oh, no,
some people don't like
it.
flamingos and bright colours and everything. Some people want that beautiful because it's exactly the same block.
Yeah. And because we've got this one here, this is the one that's taking dominance when you look at it from a distance.
Now, Hayley's just asked a question. We did skim on this earlier. You don't have to use 5 colours if you don't want to, do you?
Absolutely not, no. You could use one colour here and one colour here. Yeah, it's whatever you want to do.
So, is it on this one here? Yeah. So, Joy's saying you could use one colour for that section and a different colour for that section there.
That's right.
But it's very, very different. Right, people are asking now to see the bundles.
Yes, go and show them the bundles.
Oh, hang on, got a picture from Sheila.
Oh, good. Let's have a look.
Oh, which one you showed last week?
Oh, what
apparently,
is
or last time you were on.
Oh, beautiful. That's lovely.
So is that pinwheels and some saw blades or something? Chainsaw and windmills. Yes.
Is that what?
That's lovely, though, isn't it? I love the blues and the whites in there.
Very nice.
Thank you. Now, the other thing, while we're here, tomorrow I'm doing a show on my own, all about quilting and everything. We want pictures. It's gone out on Facebook today. If you've got a picture of the first... Actually, Joy, if you've got a picture of the first quilt you ever made...
Yes, I haven't. I've actually got the quilt, and it is abysmal. Abysmal.
Everyone says that about their first one. Because we asked Lucy, and she went, oh, you're not seeing my first one. It was a right old state.
It really is. Mine's about 40-odd years old.
Which was your mother's then, was it?
No. It's a small cot quilt I made out of... Well, I don't...
In school?
No.
I'm going over there. You're being difficult. I'm trying to give you a lovely compliment there, and you're not taking it. Right. The first one It's lovely, isn't it? The colours on this are beautiful, aren't they? This is the first one you saw, Joy, the one Joy's already made. This one's called, what is it, Golden Glow? Summer Glow. Summer Glow. 1/2 metre of each fabric. Yes, oh, sorry, I can't see them all there. 1/2 metre of each of the fabrics. There's the Vienna Orange, there's the Orange Linea, there's the Sand Spot. Is that maize, that one there? Oh, hang on. So that's that. Oh, so this is pumpkin, not Vienna Orange. Oh, that's pumpkin. That's pumpkin. Sorry, Linear Orange. That's ochre. That's sand, is it? And that's maize. I've got most of them right. They're beautiful, those colours, aren't they? Oof. So you've seen that one being made. I was meant to bring the thing over with me, but you've seen that one being made. Then we're doing the one that Joy has just been making, the more subtle one, the sort of, and the most popular. And the most popular moment. We see we've got the subtle viewers watching this morning. This is called Sea Breeze. That's a lovely drink, Sea Breeze, isn't it? I think it's cranberry, grapefruit, and vodka. Isn't that right? Azure. Spot on turquoise, which isn't turquoise at all. Linear Peacock. And aqua. This is jade, this is jade, this is jade here, yeah. And that's azure. Oh, yes, sorry. Mike, please. You're supposed to follow the finger. Right, I'm taking this one over with me because we haven't seen this one properly. Because I think this one will make a beautiful one.
Oh, absolutely. I've just put all these nice and tidy, and you swannied and you...
Well, I was going to try and make a log cabin out of them, you see.
Okay, let's go.
So if we have the centre square there, so we'd have one there. Don't laugh, Joy. One there.
Laughing. I'm intrigued to see what you're going to come up with.
Look. So just close in on the middle bit here. Oh, no, come in. Can you make it smaller so it just shows...
Yeah, put that on there.
That's how the size I want it. Now twist it sideways. I'm just directing the upstairs camera. Ready?
Ta-da.
Oh, no, I wouldn't put them in that order. But anyway.
But that's what you need to do, exactly what you need to do to check out what you want to do. Yes,
because that's not working for me, that one. So, but anyway, £19.45. I love that colour. What's it called? Fruits of the Forest. Beautiful, isn't it? I just brought that. I thought I'd bring that one over because you've not really seen that one, have you? Right. The first question I've got is why buy the ruler? Because I'm sure you can make a log cabin without the... Because there was a time when you didn't have creative grids. 40 years ago, you didn't have a creative grid, did you?
I didn't. I didn't know. I had a pair of scissors and a piece of paper 40 years ago.
So the joy of... I don't mean to do puns, but the joy of having these rulers, these curvy log cabin rulers from Rachel the Ruler, are...
I like them because, one, you haven't got to cut accurate strips. Normally, you'd have to cut your strips accurately on the width, but also accurate on the length.
Yes.
To get them to go exactly.
Oh, so it's all measuring and cutting, measuring and cutting, measuring and cutting.
Every single time along the way. So for people who want to do the log cabins because they look far more complex than they really are to do. But they can be a bit daunting for people. So this is a really good way to introduce people to doing them. And the fact that these ones give you those curvy edges as well is just brilliant because even people that have been doing patchwork for a long time, they think about log cabins and they do the straight lines and all the more traditional ones.
Yes.
But to throw something like this in is just great. It's really easy to follow. You've got all the markings, all your cutting instructions, all your layout instructions on a ruler. So even if you lose the piece of paper, you've still got all your...
And also, when you're squaring off at the end, because it'd be awful if you made your log cabin and then you squared it off by eye or just using a normal... Because if you use a normal ruler, you're never going to get it as precise as that, are you?
No, because a normal ruler, you've got to find the centre of it and try and find the centre of your square. This one, because it's all drawn on, it just...
I'm just going to do this, see if this helps, because they're having trouble looking at them on the camera, so just put them on. I could have put my other got your white one, but I've now got a lovely Fruits of the Forest. So, so all of everything, you could do it all with this ruler, really, couldn't you? You don't need to have... Well, I suppose to cut your strips, you need a tape measure or something. But because, like you say, apart from the middle one, none of them have to be absolutely precise. Then you could just cut them with your scissors like I would do and everything like that. And you've got the seam allowance, and you've got all of that. Also, there's this thing here, which I never understand, because it's always on for sale signs outside people's houses and things like that, isn't it? I'm a what? Oh, QR code. QR card.
QR code. QR code. So
no, Rachel Ruler said when she came in that if you go onto there, it gives you all the information, apparently.
Yep, you can scan it in.
QR
code.
Do you have to download an app or something ridiculous like that?
Possible.
Oh, quick response.
Ooh.
I've got it on my phone.
Have you? You didn't even know.
I've got so many things on my phone, I don't know. Right, okay. So, Joy, before we go on with any more, should we run through all the tools that you've just used?
Good idea. Good idea.
Oh, hang on, we've got a question first.
Oh, question first.
Right, as Joy mentioned earlier, Hayley wants to know which one should she buy, the 6-inch or the 12 or the 8-inch, right? Depends on what size block you're making.
Yes.
This makes a 6-inch and this makes an 8-inch.
Yeah. But that goes up to a 12-inch.
But what you make 4 of, so you make your block, your quarter block is a 6-inch, so that will make a 12-inch square, and this one will make a 16-inch square.
That's right.
But if you want an 8-inch square, like I've got to do, then I'm going to buy the 6-inch one and not do my final round.
That's right.
That's what I'm going to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Right, so let's go through. So we'll start off. That's the 8-inch ruler there that Joy showed us at the beginning. Oh, sorry, I've taken the fabric from behind it. I love this. I love these. You see the sticky, they're not sticky, but they're like resin circles there. You can't see the resin circles now, but you see what I mean? That stops it from slipping when you cut it, which is really, really important. Yeah. It's got everything you need on that ruler. I just think it's brilliant the way someone sat down and actually physically, it's like a mathematical equation that somebody's worked out for you, and all you have to do is match the square that's either the wide or the narrow.
That's right.
I just think it's brilliant. You see, Rachel the ruler is brilliant like that. So that's the 8-inch, right, for £22.95. The 6-inch one here is £20.95. That's the 6-inch curvy log cabin. It's brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Right, now, then, something you've used a lot of, Joy, is that rotating cutting board. I'll just put that back in your trolley.
Yeah, OK. Yeah, the rotating cutting board, when you're doing anything like this, when you're trimming off all your bits of it to go, absolutely invaluable because you just turn it around. When it comes, don't be surprised if you accidentally
break it.
Didn't break it, because you haven't broke it.
You know, if you break something, you have to pay for it here.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's OK. And just the other thing just to be aware of is that one side is smooth and the other side is like the sort of grippy side. Yeah.
Oh, OK.
So if you put it together the wrong way, which you could do, that'll keep sliding.
I think I did that the first time we used it, and I couldn't make it work properly at all.
But as long as you've got that side down, it'll be nice and firm. And then you can turn it so you can get it to exactly the right angle for you to cut. So brilliant when you're doing... And this goes up to 12-inch blocks, so both of these would work absolutely fine on here.
And then you've got all the angles on there as well, haven't you?
Yeah, you've got angles on here as well if you want to
just
use
double
those. Works with your rotary cutter.
Oh, right, OK. So the board's
£32.95.
I'll just move my finger out of the way before she gets the cutter. Now, we only got this cutter in because you asked for it.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, what do you mean I asked for it? I demanded it.
I was trying to be polite.
No, people that know me know that this is the one to have.
Someone's just emailed in going, how long has Joy been quilting? Deborah asked that.
Well, I could knit, sew and crochet before I started school. I did bits of applique and things like that at school, but we didn't call it applique then. It was called collage or something. But it was so and I've still got some of the pieces. Yeah. Maybe I'll bring one in.
The first thing I ever made was a cushion with applique on it. When we went to Wimbledon School of Art, the first thing we had to make was a cushion with applique on it. Oh, there you Mine was Silver Lame, surprise, surprise. And it fell apart, but that's by the by.
Guess what my first applique was?
Oh, a flamingo?
Yes.
No, yes, they were very rare in those days, weren't they?
I don't know what ever made me think of a flamingo.
It's from a past life, Joy. We'll go into that another day.
Oh, okay,
I'll just hold these because now, why do you love these so much?
I like this one because it's really nice to handle and to hold. It fits in your hand nicely.
I'll model as you talk.
It's got a finger guard on the top, so you can put your finger on the top as you're holding it to stop it slipping off.
Right.
And that... just to show you. If people hold it like this, you've tendency to wobble a bit.
Right.
Just putting your finger on there, no pressure, just put your finger on, helps to keep you going in a straight line.
Okay.
As soon as you take that off, it's, one of those things.
I dread to think you're on a motorbike, but there you go.
I've been on a motorbike.
I'm sure.
I'll have you know.
The red button?
The red button is the safety catch. So if we press that in, and then you can squeeze it out, and then if you drop your thing, it will just automatically go away.
So if you're using it, if you drop a normal rotary cutter, the blade is already out. If you drop this, then it's automatically just bounces back, doesn't it? What I love about it, I'm just going to put the lock back on, is you can change the blade, can't you, onto the other side? So
you can, and it's interesting because I was looking at this as you were holding it, and somebody's changed the blade on here and it's not been put on correctly.
Oh.
So shall I show people how to change it?
What, now?
Yeah.
I'll tell you who took it off. Hannah took it off in the first place.
Did she?
She admitted to it, going, she came into it, I must change that blade back. And I went, too late. We had it on air, and it was a left-handed one.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
Well, what's happened? It's been put together incorrectly. I'm going to point this out because this happens
it's good
quite
to know.
a lot. Because if you look here, we need to. Can we get the camera on this? Because
come on.
Yeah. Well, this is really important. Because if you look here, there's a gap between the blade and the yellow base. Okay. There should be no gap there. Because you can now get your finger in there and get it cut.
It makes me feel cold when you put your finger close.
I know, I'm not going to do that. Yeah. So that should not happen. That should be right up flush against
So what have they done wrong putting it together?
I'm going to show you. If I...
Marcia, morning, John and Joy. Fantastic demonstration. Let's have more luck today, and you see my message. Got it, Marcia?
Well done. So when you're changing these, if you take them off and you put it exactly how you took it off.
Oh, I see. He's put it back on in the wrong order.
Now, I'm going to just drop that out. Can you see that yellow disc? That yellow disc should not be there. It should be next to these.
Okay. Oh, boy, mind your fingers.
I'm going to watch my fingers, don't worry. I'm going to use this.
I know, but it's a sharp blade, isn't it?
It is very sharp. Okay.
Right, okay.
Now, this is where people say, well, how am I going to change? How am I going to pick that blade up? Of course, you're not going to. So this is what I do. I turn it upside down.
Right.
Then I can get my new blade on and put it back together, okay? The way I do that is I'm going to place this on here. I'm not touching the blade. I've got my hand under a piece of fabric or something like that, and I can just tip it over, and then I haven't got to touch the blade at all.
That's the bit I'd be worried about, because at some point you'd think you'd have to touch the blade. Okay.
Yeah, no, you don't have to. Just, as I say, just a piece of fabric, anything like that, and you don't need to touch it, okay? Then we're going to place that on the top.
So now the blade's ensconced against
inside,
the plastic.
So now I can get my finger on here. I always make sure I've got the lock on.
Yeah.
Put my finger on here. That's now safe.
Yeah.
Okay. Then
the washer.
Then that goes on. Then this goes on, and then this goes on. So I hope Hannah's watching.
No, well, it was Hannah that... What happened was Hannah's left-handed, so she took it to pieces to use a left-handed one, then just put it back in the cupboard. So then we had a guest come on the next day, and we just put it out for them, and the guest went, oh, I think this is left-handed. So I'm not... It was Munch, right? Munch was in that day. Munch has never done any sewing in his life,
oh, bless him.
And we said to him live on air, put this blade on the right way. So we sent him off over there to do it, right? And said, just be careful, don't cut yourself, right? Yeah. And he brought it back, and then we used it. Yeah. But obviously, he's just didn't know about that yet. Yeah. But it's brilliant to know that.
Yeah. So now you can see that blade is right up flush against against there, so that there's no chance of you getting your fingers on it.
That's brilliant.
Okay. Now, when you tighten this up, and this is where I say to all my ladies, please don't ask your husband to tighten them up.
Why?
Because they tighten them up factory tight.
Oh, okay.
When you buy one of these, it's tightened up by the factory, and it's really, really tight. So that then, when you come to cut with it, if you look at the writing on the disc, can you see the writing's not moving, it's not rotating. That's now become a fixed knife. And as a fixed knife, it will cut into your mats.
Right.
Okay? So the first thing you have to do when you get one of these is loosen it off. Now, I always loosen it right off.
Yeah.
And then I just take it up so it's just catching, finger tight. And then if I roll across, can you see how it's rolling? Now, if it's too loose, you'll hear it rattle.
Oh, fall off, yeah.
You can hear it
But
rattle.
do you check it? When you go to use it each day, do you just check that it's at the right...
Absolutely. Every time I pick one up, particularly if I'm using one that I know somebody else has used, first thing I normally do is pick it up and just give it a little shake. Yeah. And if it rattles, then I tighten it back.
Wendy's got a question. Sorry, new to quilting, why do you need thick and thin strips?
On there, you need thick and thin to get the shape in, to get this curved shape in. If you use the same size strips, you get more of a straight line.
Right, yeah, so it looks like, if all of your strips are exactly the same width...
All the way round.
Yeah, then it would just look like a zigzag line going across
there, wouldn't it? So it's like a straight zigzag, if you like, whereas this has got the illusion of the curve to it. And you wouldn't get that circular one at all.
No.
So that one, that would sort of, these oranges would finish here, so you would just get a straightforward.
So it'd be like a square almost in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a controversial question from Lynn. Now, is that here or you?
Oh, controversial question.
Oh, sorry. No, oh, no, it's not controversial. Lynn says, this design seems to waste a lot of fabric in trimmings. But,
okay.
Oh, you can answer that.
Yeah, it depends on your perspective. If you're used to cutting out exactly and using it exactly, it does look a bit wasteful. But, I mean, I've used these quite a lot of trimming off, but it doesn't have to be that, because I went a lot
You only trimmed the end. Not, I don't want to be controversial here either, Lynn, but the trimmings, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. But it's not that much, really, is it? That's from what Joy's done today.
Yeah, but that's quite a lot, you see. That's 1/4 of an inch.
Oh, all right, then.
OK. So to some people, that is a lot. And if you're tight on fabric, you don't want to even...
Hang on, sorry.
You don't even want to lose that amount. But that's because I've cut these far wider. It says a minimum of.
Yes, yeah.
If you cut them at the minimum...
So that was you being lazy yesterday afternoon, then?
No, it's so I could show people.
Oh.
And being lazy.
Yeah, I'm being lazy.
But if you cut them at the minimum, you hardly get any trimming off at all.
Yeah.
It's just enough just to square it off.
OK, see, to me, that just...
Yeah.
Sorry, Lynn.
And for people...
Well, what does it agree to disagree? Lynn, I'd never... Anyway.
Look, we've had
Good question, though, Lynn.
Yeah, it is a good... It does, because people do think about how much fabric they're wasting. But, again, if you've not done this technique at all and you're doing it for the first time, it's like making omelettes. You can't make omelettes without breaking eggs and wasting the shell.
No, exactly. No, I did poached eggs last night. Now I can't crack them straight into the pan. I have to crack them into a cup first. And how many yolks did I break?
Really?
Yeah, rubbish like that. These are flying out. You can't really see them there against my big fat tummy with all the butterflies on them. But these are absolutely flying out.
There you go.
The 8-inch and the 6-inch ruler. Curvy log cap. Well, it's called a trim tool. It's not called a ruler, is it? It's a trim tool.
It's a trim tool.
Yeah, why hasn't the 8-inch one got 8-inch written on it, I wonder?
I don't know. I think that was the original one.
Oh, and then people
asked for a smaller one.
So I suppose that's the traditional one, maybe, is it? I don't know. But anyway. So now, someone's also got about the pencil that you used.
Yeah.
How long have I got? So I've got about 5 minutes, haven't I? It's all right.
Yeah, great.
Oh, yeah, 5 minutes, that's fine.
Yeah, we've got one there. I mean, I've got white.
Here, I'll show you.
And you've got black.
Yeah, which is the white one?
There's the white one.
Right. The black one's out of stock at the moment, but the white one's definitely in. We've also got them in green, yellow, pink, and that's it, I think, and the grey. Anyway, it's like your old-fashioned. Let me just put this on the way and start again. So it's like your old-fashioned mechanical pencil. If you're as old as me, we used to, die for a mechanical pencil because we absolutely loved them because they seemed quite posh. Right, so at the end here, you've got a little presser, and round there is a disc, so you know this is the white one. If you buy the, well, I'll show you the grey one, we haven't got the grey one in stock. But they've got the colour, so if you buy the green one to be green at the top there, the yellow one to be yellow and pink, so on. When you buy it, it comes like in a pack like this. I've obviously taken this one out. And it comes with refills, 6 refills as well. And you can buy the refills on our website as well. So the way it works is like an old-fashioned mechanical pencil, you press the end like this, and you see the lead coming out the end of the pencil there. And then the reason these are so good, they're very, very fine. The reason our designers love these is because I'm going to move it now, because the lines you can draw are so fine. Now, Jennifer Mills loves these because when she's drawing up a pattern, if you're drawing a dart, if you're making dressmaking, it's just like doing the anything in quilting. It has to be precise, doesn't it? So if you want your dart to be exactly right and everything, then you can use this. Then you think, oh, I've made a mistake there. This end button here is a rubber. Oops. So you can just rub out. It also comes off with in washing or with if you get a little cotton tip, a cotton bud, and just you get the end of that damp. And anyway, it wipes it off. Look, you see, little rubber, and then when you're finished, you press the button at the end here, and you push the thread, and it's gone. It's brilliant. £9.95.
So that's one out of that packet.
Okay, so that one goes in there. Yeah. Now, what else have we used? The pins and the scissors.
So the other things that I use when I'm doing things like this...
Oh, and I've got these as well, Joy. This is very important. We've only got a couple of minutes as well.
Well, we can talk about
we'll do those next time. Do those next time.
Nice, sharp, pointed scissors, absolutely essential, because when you want to trim off any little bits of threads or ends like that, you can get in and do them really nice and tight. And because they're nice and sharp, they will just come off.
And also, I mean, I'm saying they're $13.95. I would always, it's that thing, isn't it? Buy cheap, buy twice. I'd always invest in a decent pair. I've still got scissors. I've got my original tailor shears. I still use those. Yep. They're as heavy as anything because they're the old-fashioned ones with the metal hand. But all my... Now, when I was around, there wasn't Fiskars. The orange handle ones were, I'm sure they were Wilkinsons or something like that. But I don't think they're around anymore. But I still use them today. Yeah. And I've had a break from the sewing. I've done my years on this one. I haven't been on films for, 15 years now. So, and I'm still using them, and they're still, it was worth... $13.95, I'm not saying they're expensive, but it's worth investing in a good pair. Because if you buy a cheap pair, you're going to be buying lots and lots of cheap pairs, aren't you?
And with this as well, what you might need to do is just trim off some of the lengths of this to do it as well. So really good for that.
Brilliant. Right, now you're back in an hour. What are you doing in an hour's time?
What am I doing in an hour's time? I'm doing
you're doing the thing that I've never seen before. It's so effective, and yet it's quite simple, isn't it?
It is. Everything I do is simple.
I think it's called tumble, isn't it, or something like that?
It depends who you speak to. Some people call it tumbling charms, falling charms,
you just have to tune in. You'll just have to tune in. Now, remember, bundles are available on the website if you want those. I'm going now because Jo's in, and she's making an organiser, which you can make one for your bedroom, one for your kitchen, one for your sewing room. We'll see you in 3 minutes from now.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. We're giving you the chance to win a prize that money can't buy. You and a friend could be joining John Scott and none other than Mandy Shaw on a VIP visit to the Sewing Quarter studio. We'll treat you to lunch where you can put your pressing sewing questions to Mandy and John, and we'll throw in a bag of goodies worth £75. 3 runners-up will also receive a goodie bag of Sewing Quarter treats. To enter, simply find us on Facebook, like our page, and answer the question in the competition post. 3 easy steps, 1 fabulous prize.
So I'm going to be showing you how to do an ease stitch. It's very similar to our running stitch here, but the purpose of it would be different. So I've kind of mocked the head of a sleeve here. 9 times out of 10 you will have to ease the top section of your sleeve. So this is the stitch that you would do that with if you were going to do it with hand. So I'm going to use the embroidery thread. I've just popped a knot on the end again just so it doesn't pull through. Normally you wouldn't do it with embroidery thread. So on your sleeve, normally these sections will need to be kept as they are because it's only this section here that we need to be working with. So I'm going to be doing a running stitch quite close to the edge of the fabric. I'm just going to do the quick method here where you're pulling the needle through the fabric while keeping it on the same needle. So I'm going to stop there and then pull that all the way through like so. So you can see that I've got just that section sewn there, and then as I begin to pull you can see that I'm easing the head of my sleeve in. So when that is stitched, these curves should disappear. They shouldn't be there because you've eased the bigger section into a smaller section on the clothing. So that's easing.
Prepare to explore the wonderful world of Bargello quilting with a helping hand from expert quilter Jane Alcock. On Monday the 10th of July, Jane will guide us step by step through this surprisingly simple technique. Even a beginner can master the art of Bargello, which combines basic piecework with clever colour placement. And no one knows colour better than Jane, who has carefully selected for us the perfect rainbow palette. So don't miss this Bargello quilting special Monday the 10th of July at 8 AM, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Jay's supposed to have been told he's off to a wedding fair later on. He's very, very excited about it. No, he is. I'm not being sarcastic for once in my life. He is, because just say, did I what? Yeah. I'm doing the wedding dress. I'm doing, oh, I've forgotten the mother-in-law's name. Marjorie. What is it? Oh, dear, I'm ever so sorry. What's the mother-in-law called? Go on, shout it out. Oh, he's not going to shout it out now. Have you forgotten? Oh, Jay's forgotten his own mother-in-law's name. She'll be watching as well. She won't be happy with that, will she? Oh, he's going mad now. Anyway, let's go on. How often have you been in your work where you go, oh, where have I put those scissors? Or your kitchen, or where have I put that wooden spoon? Oh, in your bedroom or in your bathroom. Where have I put those cotton wool balls or whatever? Well, now you don't need to worry. You could make one of these and keep all your stuff safe. Also, if you're like Jay, you live in one room, do you know what I mean? And you need more storage space, you could put this on the back of your door and have, do you know what? I want one of these for Norman and Nellie's stuff, right? Because I could keep all the stuff, like their brushes and their pills and all the things they need in one of these all together rather than having to keep going to the drawer to look for them. I think they're absolutely brilliant. We've got 3 kits. Joe's here to make this for you. I'll just put it there for a second because I've got 3 different versions to show you. Let me just put those over there. So I'll show you the one that we've just... this one's called Sewing Room. You love this fabric. Now, I thought we'd sold out of this fabric because I love this fabric. I'll go through it properly with you in a minute. But look, you get a metre of this and you get a metre of the... Is that right? A metre of each? Okay, you get a metre of this and you get a metre of the backing fabric. It's nice, isn't it? This is a linen effect. I know I'm not supposed to take time over here, but it is gorgeous. It's 80% cotton and 20% polyester. Now it's extra wide, this. Look, it's 150, that's 150 wide, this one, isn't it, Joe, I think? You get loads of it. You get loads of it, look. So you get a metre on there. Shh, Joe. She's wearing a bit of sparkle and thinks she can make a bit of noise on a Sunday morning. It's lovely. You could fussy cut that. You could do whatever you wanted to with that because you can have lots. You can have lots of this left over, aren't you, Joe? Hello. You can have lots of this left over. I know. I always do it. Don't worry, Hayley. Hayley's telling me not to talk to Joe now because we haven't seen her. It's a bit weird, apparently, at home. If you think it's weird, let me know, and I won't do it again. What? No, she's not ready yet. Are you ready to be on? Are your camera ready? Yes, she's as ready as she'll ever be. This is Joe, everybody. Right, there she is. Oh, that's a lovely smile. That's the smile we saw when Hayley and I didn't meet Joe to start with because they did those 6 tester shows with Derek on Jewellery Maker, and Joe was on them, and Hayley and I were both watching it at the same time. We both said, well, she's got a lovely smile, which we only saw in the last minute of the show because the rest of the show was like this. Wasn't it? It was a bit like that, wasn't it? I'm not being rude, am I? It was a bit like that. Anyway, look at her now. Look at her now. She's at home in a television studio. So that's kit 1, Sewing Room. You get the 2 metres of the fabric, you get the interface, you get the thread, and you get the instructions for £23.95. Brilliant, isn't it? All that and that. £23.95. Right, okay. Then what's the next kit then? Okay, the next one is this, which I'm presuming is your kitchen because it looks like a tea party. Now, this has got a lovely... This is the one you're going to use, isn't it, now? It's got a lovely, a dressing to it, hasn't it, this one? Look. Oh, again, you get... Oh, this is wide as well. This is wide. So you're going to have loads left over. Oh, is it on the back? Have you got down the back of... Is it down the back of the thing as well?
No.
No? So you're going to have loads of this left over. You get a metre of that. And then they've teamed this one with this lovely kind of lilac-y colour. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful lilac-y colour. Again, you get the thread. Oh, there's the lilac-y one. You get the thread. I'll get Jay to tidy all this up in a minute. Thread, pattern, interfacing. I want to get on because I want Joe to do some sewing, you see. And then last but not least, they put this one for your bedroom, your boudoir. You can put them wherever you want, can't you? This is lovely fabric. I love this fabric. Violette, this is called. Now, this is 44 inches wide. This one's not as wide as the other 2. But again, beautiful, isn't it? That's lovely. I think it's, let me just check. Got it here. It's called Organic Stripe. Amy Butler. Organic Stripe, it's called. And this one's teamed with the most lovely aqua blue. And you've got the thread. And you've got the instructions. And you've got the interfacing. £27.95. Okay. Right. Look at you in your sequins. Is that in the right place, that one?
Morning.
Morning, you all right?
I'm good.
I've never seen you in sparkle before. Have you come in from last night?
Yeah, not been
Were
to
you
bed.
out partying with Amy? I can't tell you about Amy. She didn't turn up for work this morning. Oh, she's here now. She's here now, apparently. After she'll tell everyone. Been out partying all night, celebrating Hannah's birthday, obviously. Have you got the pattern?
I've not.
Jay, could you pass me the pattern, please, before you go to the wedding fair? Thank you. I don't think I need that. I'll put it under there for you later. Right. Oh, they're quite easy, the instructions.
They are. It's really straightforward.
And yet it's quite stylish, isn't it, really?
It is. I might have to make another one for my room.
OK. Which one do you want it on, that one? OK, there we go. Oh, yeah, that's better. It's about the same height as Joe now, isn't it? Now, my first comment this morning was, I never use wire hangers, right? We all have them. I have them here for my shirts and everything. But it actually says in the kit, doesn't it, for a wire hanger, because...
It's less chunky, so because it's sealed within the hanger, when you add the binding at the end of things, the hanger's in there. And if it's a wire one, it's nice and thin, it's easy to move around.
Right.
And you don't see an awful lot of it.
No. And also, you're not putting anything that's too heavy in it, because most of mine have got my suits on and things like that. Not that you've ever seen me in a suit. The only other thing you've got to remember is when you first start... Because if you're going to put it on a rail, in one of my bedrooms, I'd have that in one of the dressing room ones. I have all my shoe stuff in and everything. Think about which way you want your hanger to go. Because if you're like me, I have to have all my hangers going in the same direction. Or if you're going to hang it on something on the back of the door, work out where the hook is and everything, so you know which way you want the hanger to go.
See, if I would have that in my wardrobe with scarves and things like that in, and I would put it in that way. Would you go the other way?
The other way, yeah, the other way. Anyway.
Should I do that then?
No, you don't. No, it's your project. You do it as you want to.
Right, all the measurements are in the instructions.
Have you written these?
No, this is...
it's one of our own sewing quarter, yes. It's one of Rebecca Reed's
patterns.
Oh, it'll be very precise then. You know, mad little Rebecca that wears the bother boots. It'll be one of hers. Right.
Right, so we begin by...
Oh, sorry to interrupt. Jay, the mother-in-law, has messaged in saying, Delilah... Oh, Elaine. I knew it was Elaine. It wasn't me that forgot Elaine. It was Jay. Anyway. Marjorie, what? No, she's gone, Marjorie, do you mind? That's what it... Because I said Marjorie, didn't she? It's Elaine, love the mother-in-law. Oh, sorry. Do you know sometimes your brain just goes? Anyway, make sure he pays for everything the most expensive. Because you're paying, aren't you, Jay? Yeah, he's paying. Oh, Elaine, he says he'll pay for the whole wedding. He says he'll pay for everything. You don't have to worry about a thing. Just turn up looking gorgeous and he'll pay for everything. Anyway, let's carry on.
OK.
Poor old Jay.
He's had quite a morning.
It's quite a life, really, if you think about it, isn't it? Right, OK, off you go.
Begin by cutting everything out. I've chosen this is the main fabric for the backing, so that you've got the accent, the sort of printed fabric for the pockets and the detaily bits.
Right.
So begin by cutting your things out, and I can't remember the measurements off my head, but they are all in the instructions. And you've got the little section, cutting the fabric, so it lets you know exactly...
Oh, yeah, cut the main fabric into two pieces, 79 by 46 centimetres. That's 31.8 by 18.5 inches. OK, so it's got everything written down here. It will do. If Rebecca Reed's done it, it'll be even down to how many stitches are down one side, won't it? Anything like that.
Really thorough. So I've cut two pieces out the same size for the main body of the hanger.
Right.
And then... you need to fold it over to find the centre, and then position your hanger in place and draw around the shoulder. You want it 2 centimetres down from the top, so 2 centimetres here.
Yeah.
And then draw around the hanger. And then extend the lines.
Oh, I've got to close that, actually.
Let's see if I can reach.
Oh, I need a wooden thing over to now.
And then cut out the top of this piece, leaving a centimetre seam allowance.
Yeah.
And I also marked the edge of the shoulders of the hanger there, just so when I had enough to hem over later for the opening.
Yes.
So I just shaped it, but I didn't go right the way up to the top.
You're going to stitch the thing with the hanger inside it, aren't you? You don't put the hanger in afterwards.
It doesn't go in later. Yeah. So I've marked that one up, and then cut some. You get interfacing in the kit as well.
Yes, you do.
Cut that to fit.
Oh, okay.
So I've done that, and I've pressed it on as well.
So you've once you've cut this, you then cut the interfacing.
And apply the interfacing to the back.
Very bright. There you go. It goes all the way up. Thank you, Jane.
Okay, and then use the shaping, because these pieces need to be...
Hayley's saying, why wouldn't you cut that first? You cut it because you waste these corners, Hayley. So, because what you've done is you've cut a rectangle, and then you're putting the shape of your hanger on there, here. So if you'd put interfacing on, you'd have wasted that much interfacing.
You save these bits of fabric, and if it's already got interfacing on, you might not want that.
Exactly. Hayley's just saying, why didn't you interface it first? Because you're going to waste those 2 triangles of interfacing, that's all.
I mean, you can do that if you want, but if you want to use
like
the fabric...
you say, you could put those triangles into your stash, because you'd use them to make a tongue or an ear or something like that.
I would.
But if it's got interfacing on the back, you wouldn't necessarily use it, would you?
No, and it might be difficult to remove it.
Yes.
And then use this piece as your template to shape the top of the other one.
Do you need it? Oh, it's on. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, exactly. So let me just explain. So for people like Hayley who wasn't listening, you cut 2 pieces like this, right? So you do 2 pieces like that. Then you do what Joe's just said about putting the hanger on the top. So you then cut it out like that. So then you cut your interfacing out on that one and iron it to that one. And then you get your other rectangle that you've cut out, lay it on the floor, or lay it on your desk, put this all on the floor, because you put lots of things, when you're working with big things, you put on the floor. Then you lay this shape on here, so you've got the exact same shape to cut out here.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
That's exactly what I said. But you said it better.
We should work together more, shouldn't we, really?
We should.
Right. So I'll shut up now. Because people are tuning in to watch you, not me. It's what, sorry? Yeah, we've done 3 days in a row. That's a record, isn't it, for us?
I think it is.
Have you got 3 weeks off now, then?
I have a week. I'm not in next weekend, so I'm not in for a week or 2. And I'll just trim this. That's it.
Would you use pins for...
I would. I'll need some pins in a bit.
It's just that I've got this lovely little thing here with pins already attached to it. They don't come with pins. We were going to do that the other way round. We planned it that Joe was going to drop her pins and I was going to pick them all up with my magnetic pin thing. I've just got it out of the box and it's still got pins on it.
Oh. Does it pick up the seam rippers?
What was that?
I've just dropped the seam ripper.
You keep going. Nobody will know. Why have you got your lipstick here?
Just in case.
Where did it go?
I have no idea.
Do you need it?
No. Well, hopefully not.
Oh,
yes. I'll be optimistic.
It was only in case of a mistake, then.
Yeah.
We'll get you another one. Oh, it's Jay off. I thought you might prep tomorrow's show.
So there we go. I'll save those, pop those to one side and do the pockets.
I'll put that to one side for later, yes.
Yes. I'll put that there. And the pockets, they'll have already been, when you cut everything out, they'll already be done. So I've prepped.
Bye, Jay. Have a nice time. Jay, don't choose pink.
So this is a pocket, and the pocket piece, there's 3 of them, 2 the same size and 1 slightly larger because you lose the bottom of the pocket to the binding so that they're the same depth. When you cut them out, there is 1 that's slightly larger. Did that not make sense?
So the bottom pocket is, in actuality, the same depth as the other 2, but you have to cut it deeper because it goes into the seam allowance. Is that what you're saying? Okay. So I've not seen this fabric before. Is this new, Hayley? Oh no, I've not seen. It's new to me. I've never seen this one before.
It's perfect for the pockets because
it looks like you remember we did those. I tell you what, if you've bought, do you remember the fabric that had the 1950s ladies on it, all standing like this in Paris with handbags, everything like that? I think it must be from the same range as that because it feels like the same fabric and it's the same sort of colourways, isn't it? But it's lovely, isn't it? That's really cute. If you've got an old-fashioned pantry, you know what I mean? That would look like, you know. It's funny, isn't it? Because my nan's house had a pantry and she was desperate to knock it down and make it more room in the kitchen. And yet now, I'd love a pantry. Do you know what I mean? And yet we spent all those years. It's like fireplace, isn't it? People spent years, 60s and 70s, chucking out fireplaces. Now you have to pay thousands for a decent fireplace. Right, anyway, so...
Okay, so you cut the pocket piece out as a rectangle and then press it in half lengthways.
Right.
But with this, because it's a directional print, you have a definite front of pocket and reverse of pocket.
Yes.
So it's worth bearing that in mind when you come to sew
in fact, with all... Oh, it was only the stripe one you get away with, isn't it? The organic stripe. The other two you've got to make sure that's going that way.
Yes. And then the binding that finishes the top of the pocket. So when the pockets are completed, you've got the fold on this end, which is nice because you can just top stitch along there to fix the pockets, and you're not worried about the hem underneath. So they are nice, neat pockets.
Okay, you carry on. I'm just thinking there.
So I'm going to bind the two raw edges at the top.
And what I would have done, this is just if I would have made the fold the top of the pocket, and then sewn the pocket on that way and folded it up, because they're all going to go into binding at the side there, aren't they?
They are. The raw edges at the side.
I'm just saying there's another way of doing it. If you don't want to make the binding, you can do it with the fold at the top of the pocket and then leave these raw edges, stitch it on there, fold it up, so that's inside the pocket, and then that edge there and that edge there are going to go into binding, and then the top...
It's true, you could do that as well, or you could make it a tube.
Right, hang on. Hayley said you have to have little bits of binding in between. Whereabouts, Hayley? Yeah, so I'm saying you have a fold here, so this pocket goes like that. This bit you've stitched on like that, so it folds up. So you've top stitched the bottom of your pocket on there. You've already got your fold there, and then this and this go into the seam here.
I really like binding.
Do you? You see? Yeah. Well, I don't, you see.
Oh, do you not?
No.
Straight edge binding's a doddle as well.
Who said?
Straight edge binding.
Oh, yes, it is. I'm just thinking of alternatives
for
our lovely viewers, that's all.
You could even write those together.
We're going to rewrite the whole pattern now. She'll be watching Rebecca as well from her bed.
I like Bex's way most, but you could stitch along there and then make it a tube so your raw edges are sealed inside.
Oh, yes, so it's the same, and then top stitch it on.
Top stitch it on.
Yeah. You
could. Yeah, so it gives it a nice edge, the binding.
I hadn't even noticed it.
Did you not?
You see... All right, then go on.
I made sure that was super neat and everything.
Oh, sorry.
You didn't notice?
Well, that's because it's so good. I couldn't notice it. It was so good.
Thanks.
Because did you pattern match it? No. Anyway, let's move on.
Oh, didn't pattern match.
Right.
This fabric as well is great for the pockets because it has that bit of extra structure. It's quite a firm fabric.
Yes. Okay.
Right. So attaching the binding strips, I've pressed the bottom edge. When you look at the binding with the print, I've pressed the bottom edge under by 1 centimetre.
Tells you to cut all this out though, doesn't it?
It does.
On the pattern, yeah.
These are all, in the cutting section, these will all already be done. And you want to make sure that this will fold onto this side. So you've got, they're both the right way up. Although if you've got the binding the wrong way up, I don't think actually it'd be very noticeable. Well, it's not noticeable at all. The binding, apparently.
What are you witching on about now?
Nothing, it's all right. It's Sunday. So with the upside down print, put the binding, the raw unfolded edge along the end. I've cut it slightly longer just so I can trim it down later.
Yeah, we're listening.
And then sew along just inside 1 centimetre, makes it that bit easier for folding it over.
Yeah.
Sew along there. So I'll do that now. And then
will you?
Oh, I'm under pressure.
Kitschy one's the most popular one at the moment. The which one? They're all flying out, but the kitchen one's the most popular. The reason I'm holding this, we had a question. This is what... Are you making... Yes, if you read the menu from Joe, yes, making it 11. Making it 11. This is one of the colourways. That we're doing. And then there's a spotty one. There's a couple, there's 2 spotty ones and 2 white ones. We're doing that at 11 o'clock. Oh. Adorable. I'll put him here for now. The budgies weren't yesterday. The budgies were on Friday. Yeah. I just put you right in your place, that's all. For those of you who watched the bunches on Friday, I have been to the management and I have said we want more. So they're working on it now. Because they sold out. You see, if you're watching the bunches on Friday, they sold out in 6 minutes. So I think last time we did the unicorns, I think it was 8 minutes, wasn't it, when they sold out? So
I can't remember. It was... So I've stitched the binding onto the wrong side, so print facing the wrong way, so that hopefully we turn it around this way.
And the patterns will beautifully match.
And I can fold the binding over, and then I'll top stitch along this edge.
Oh, you don't want to pin, do you?
I wasn't going to pin. Because I've pressed it, and because of the structure of the fabric, it holds the crease quite nicely. And I'll stitch across there, and then I'll have another pocket ready.
Oh, yes, because there's 3, aren't there? But the bottom one's different, isn't it?
Only, it's done in exactly the same way. It's just marginally deeper.
Just deeper, right. While we're on the subject, if you've already made a unicorn, please, please, please send in. Oh, I've got your present and I've left it at home. Oh, I think I'm getting old. I'm obviously getting old. I'm forgetting so much stuff at the moment. You'll have to have it next time you're in. It was all to do with this show and everything. Oh. Anyway, never mind. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I hate it when I forget something. I'm going to have to get one of those... mind you, I'm sure you could get done for recording... Like, it's because when you're driving home, it's like last night, yesterday it took me nearly 2 hours to get home because of the traffic. And you think of things when you're in the car, don't you? And then when you get home, you've forgotten about them again, like buy the lottery ticket or... Oh, and those of you who were watching yesterday, and little Paul said he'd won the lottery, and he wasn't going to open his email till 4 o'clock. He actually opened his email at work, and he won £5.60. And so he's not a millionaire, so he's not left. Well, it depends how many tickets he bought, wasn't it? Because aren't they £2.50 each now?
Here we go. So I've got the binding on the front, and I'll just trim down the sides so it fits.
Right.
There we go. And I need to just finish the binding on the 3rd pocket.
Okay.
I decided it wasn't neat enough, so
I
unpicked.
Did you unpick it?
Yes. I know.
What?
Well, I'd like to get it just right.
No, it's good for you.
So I'll do this one. But it is, I know some people don't like binding because on clothes it can be really fiddly, but straight edge binding I think gives a really nice finish and it is really quick and easy to do.
No, it's silly really because I do like binding. I was selling a fib because I love Hong Kong or Tokyo? What's it called? Where you
bind the seam.
The seam, I love that. It's like an American 1950s, all the men's American jackets in the 50s. No, all the men's jackets from America in the 50s had lining at the front, but at the back it only had half a lining, so they'd Hong Kong. Is it called Hong Kong?
I think it's Hong Kong.
I think it's Hong Kong. Where you just get a lot. Paul Smith does it a lot with his jackets. When he doesn't line the jackets, you just bind all the edges of your seam allowances. It's lovely in a silky fabric. Oh, Hayley's back, everyone.
There we go.
Have you made one? Oh, there we go. We've been asking for this phrase. Oh, that's a nice one. Just to make sure it's spelled right. If you want to send any pictures in or email us, not the web chat, you can't send pictures on the web chat. Web chat's just for little chit-chats. Excuse me. Studio@sewingquarters.com. Studio@sewingquarters.com is where you need to send any pictures, or if you've got unicorn pictures that you've made, or any quilt pictures that you want to send in for my quilting show tomorrow, or anything. Or you can just send a message there. It goes straight through to Hayley. Right, so we've got 3 pockets.
Three pockets.
One's deeper than the other 2, did you say then?
It is. I think it's this bottom one. So it's just marginally deeper.
Oh, it's only a tiny bit.
It's the binding with larger because that's what will be bound at the bottom.
Okay.
So all pockets are exactly the same depth.
Yeah.
So I'll put this to one side.
Okay.
And go back to the main body of the hanger. And with this, we want to now pin these two, the front and back together with the hanger in place. This is the front, the interface side. So move those bits. And then you can tack it together by hand or I'll pin it and then baste it together with a long stitch inside the seam allowance.
So why does this have to be done now?
Because we're going to put the pockets, once this is sealed together, we'll put the pockets on, position them on, back to front.
Right.
And then top stitch, baste them on at the sides and then top stitch along the bottom.
Through all of the layers?
Through all of the layers. And then we'll mark the pocket dividers. It doesn't really show up on that one, but I've made stitch lines to create 3 pockets in the first 2 and then just 1 in the middle to create 2 pockets on the bottom one.
Right. Could you not... No, I'll let you do it. I'll be quiet.
Well, actually, I did the sides and the bottom without the hanger because it was easier.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was about to say, you could do the pockets. Yeah, you can do the pockets without the hanger. I'm just thinking because as soon as the hanger goes in...
It's more
difficult, isn't it? Yeah.
It is. I'll start from the top and work my way down. I'm not used to making big things.
No, and also you're not used to using pins?
I'm not.
So what's the biggest animal that you've made then?
Oh, I once had to make pyjamas for a 6-foot polar bear. Or was it 8 foot?
But you only made the pyjamas?
I only made the pyjamas, I didn't make the bear. That was quite an ordeal.
What was that for?
It was for an exhibition stand.
Oh, okay.
It was to...
Because in Kingston upon Thames, in the Bentle Centre there, at Christmas they have this, at the bottom of the escalators, they have this moving teddy bears, and they all have pyjamas. It's like Christmas morning in it, but they're all 6 foot tall and 8 foot tall, and they're massive, and they move like this and everything. But they've always got clothes on, like pyjamas and things like that.
Nice blue and white stripy pyjamas they were.
Oh. Okay. Cheryl, I love the show and the fabrics. Oh, thank you, Cheryl. That's very sweet of you. Do you want more pins?
Please.
Oh, I don't know what that one is. And 39 does definitely not suit you, John. I haven't mentioned my age today, have I?
Does she mean 29 then, do you think?
What do you mean, Anne? What do you mean? John, you're full of ideas this morning. Do you want me to shut up? Yeah, that's laugh out loud from Lorraine, yeah. Do you want me to... I'll shut up then.
There we go. Thank you.
Hello, this is Lisa. Hello, I've just tuned in, and can see the unicorn on the table? Please could you give the details of the pattern? Many thanks from Lisa. Yeah, that's as many as you can have. Because it's halfway through the 3rd line it runs out on mine here. So, Lisa, you've used exactly the right amount of letters, unless you sent kisses. But that's exactly right. Lisa, it's on at 11. It's on at 11, so tune in at 11. Oh, I've just started talking. I wasn't going to talk.
Were you not?
Would it be possible to use a thin plastic hanger? Just use my wire hangers on another project. That's not your mum, is it?
It could potentially... No, I don't think it... It could be my mum.
Yeah, we know it's Helen. That's what her mum's called. That's what I said. Your mum tried to buy a Moda... Did you see her message on Facebook yesterday? She tried to buy... Helen, her mum, and Paul, who makes the shirts from Sewing Bee, both tried to get the Moda... This is the warning I give you, right? They both put the Moda charm pack in their basket, didn't check out straight away, came to check out later on the day, of course it had sold out.
I think Lucy is my mum's favourite guest demoer because she also bought the book and another charm pack. Lucy,
you're feeling a little bit...
I am a little bit, yes. Thank you. I think I've cut the back slightly too long, so I'll trim that down later.
So are you going to sew around the edge now?
I'm just going to tack around from this point to this point all the way around.
All right, I don't need to watch you do that, do I? You don't need to watch you do that. So we'll go look at fabrics while she does Jo does 3 very long straight stitches. So, we've been... Right. These are the bundles. Now, we were going to have a lovely thing to drape, but it's a bit crowded now, so I'll just hold these up this hour. I'll drape in the next hour. This is kitchen. This is kitchen. The one that Joe's working on at the moment. It doesn't have to be your kitchen. It could be your pantry, your larder. I think it'd be nice for when you have a picnic and you could put all your knives and forks in it and hang it from your umbrella. Over a third of the stock of these have gone. Over a third of the stock of these have gone. You get a metre of the pattern fabric, a metre of the lovely lilac fabric. Excuse me, you get the lilac thread, you get the iron-on interfacing, and you get the instructions. Here's the still. £23.95. Okay, now the kitchen one's already... Oh, we've got the kitchen one in both places, okay. We had the kitchen one in both places. Yeah, that was kitchen there and kitchen there. Then we moved on to we'll do the sewing room one now, which is the one that's already made over there. A metre, now this is a linen effect fabric. It's 80% cotton, 20% polyester. The others are 100% cotton, with the icons all over it. And then that lovely azure blue. A third of this has gone, a third of that's gone. And you get the thread, and you get the interfacing, and you get the instructions. And then the other one that could go anywhere, we think it's boudoir, this one. But it could go anywhere. It could go anywhere. Go in your dressing room, go in your bathroom, could go in your bedroom, could go anywhere you want to go. You put it wherever you want. You know what? Do you know what somebody said last time, what they do when we made one of these? Is, I think, was it Marcia? I can't remember. Put all her jewellery in it, roll it up, and put it in the suitcase. So when you get on your holidays, you just unravel it, hang it in the wardrobe, and all your jewellery's there. Or you flip-flop. Well, no, that Rebecca Reed copied. Because on the instructions there, it's got a holiday thing. It's got your flip-flops and your sunglasses. I haven't got my glasses here. Is that a shoehorn she's got in there? Hair clips. What's that? Oh, is that a hairbrush at the end there? And what's at the top there, then? They are false teeth. That toilet roll in the top. Oh, makeup. Well, no, Rebecca Reed doesn't wear makeup, so I won't be makeup with it. Then you've got hair there, you've got the hair clips there, and the hairbrush there. Flip-flops at the bottom, and little sunglasses at the bottom there. Oh, and sun lotion. Sun lotion, I imagine that one is at the last one. Anyway, you get all of that for this one. Right, let's say hello to the storage. Yes. This always sells. Every time we show this sells. You obviously don't get the threads or the bobbins. It's a do-it-yourself one. You put it together yourself when it arrives, £19.95. Right, now, you told little Paul off for doing this. Not this. About making your presenter do something on air that he's not practiced before. Apparently, the legs push forward. There, got it. Like a kitchen table. So straight flat. No, I'm not going to even attempt that. It won't fit in that drawer. Hayley's saying what you could do is you could put this in a drawer. So, like, you know your knife and fork, thing in your kitchen drawer. Put that in one of your workroom drawers and then just pop that, rather than just throw all your bobbins and your threads into a drawer. I didn't know that. The amount of times I've sold that, I didn't know that. So I'm going to leave it down like that. It's nice. And then I've got these. Now these, I haven't seen these for ages. These always sell so quickly. These are Sammy Claridge's favourite, these. Right, so which one do you want to do first? 27, you can fit 27 threads in here. 27, look. It's made by Gutermann, so all your Gutermann threads are going to fit perfectly in here. I won't do all 27, I'll just show you there. Look, you see. Now, what's brilliant about this is that first of all, they're really good, solid plastic, right? But they stack as well. So if you've got them in your workroom, and you can see everything in there. But if you're like lots of our expert ladies, you do classes and everything like that, Imagine if you just want to take a few reels of thread out with you, but you're going to be showing people how to do 8 different projects. You want to take 8 different threads with you. Oh, sorry, I'm not charging the price. That one there's the 645. You don't get any threads in it, 645. And then this is the 18, is it, this one? Yeah. No, 17 is a prime number. It won't divide by anything. 18, yeah. What's it? What's those numbers you can't divide? Like 1, 3, 7. No, not odd numbers, because you can divide 9.
Only divisible by
Prime.
one of themselves.
Yes. Prime. I did say prime, and then thought that didn't sound right. Prime numbers. Hayley said odd. You can divide 9. 3 3s are 9. No, by 3. But a prime number you can only divide by 1 and itself. So 17 you can't divide by anything, you see. See, all those years you didn't go to school, Hayley. You're learning it all here now. I blame Rachel from Dudley. It was her fault. She used to make us skive off. Imagine what a fantastic job you could have had, Hayley, if you went to school. Anyway, I'm only joking. She's very talented. Right, I'm going to take these over with me because Hayley had an idea earlier in prep. Yes, because you said if you didn't want to store them in a drawer, you could put them in your pockets there. Anyway, have you not finished yet?
No, well, I was taking my time.
Okay, so you basted the edges.
So I basted these edges together.
But you haven't sewn the top together yet, good.
I've not. And also, I've trimmed to make sure these are exactly the same. If there's any overlap anywhere, just trim these down just to make sure they fit perfectly one over the other. Because when you come to bind them, you want the same seam allowance. You don't, in case...
Yes.
Some is bigger, it will affect. You want a nice straight edge to
What did you use to trim them with? Use a rotary cutter?
Rotary cutter or your scissors.
Okay.
Either are fine.
You got these ones you... Oh.
They're the ones I love.
These are very popular. These are very, very popular. Rose gold. Now, they're not real rose gold, obviously. Now, remember I was talking about my cutting shears earlier being heavy. These have got that same kind of feel to them. I'm going to sneeze. No, I'm not. Got a lovely weight to them. Really, really lovely weight to them. 21 centimetres. That's just over 8 inches. £16.95. Rose gold coloured, because they're obviously not real rose gold. At £16 at 95 pence. Okay.
Okay, and then we want to pin the pockets in place. I'd do them one at a time, but I'll pin them all on now. And they're 1 inch and 5/8.
Why
apart.
did you do them one at a time in real life?
Just so one wasn't flapping and I might not catch my hand on a pin. Start with the bottom one, so align the bottom fold of the pocket with the bottom.
You've got a raw edge there, haven't you? Yeah.
Raw edge with the main body,
yes.
but a folded edge
still a fold on that
the
one,
pocket.
Yes,
so align those, and then top stitch will baste the sides on inside the seam allowance around the bottom to hold that in place. And then when you do this one, it's a top stitch along here because this will be...
A proper top that you're going to see.
It will be visible, yes. So I'll pin this one on. I need to do 1 inch and 5/8.
Did you like my lovely magnetic pin?
That's really handy because I have to harvest mine off the floor.
Don't take away from Joe's sewing, but look, right? Say, oh, can't do it like this. This doesn't work, does it? We had it all planned. Right. I'll show you the actual magnet because you don't. I've got one of these at home with my paper clips on. So if you've got thinking about buying a boy a present that doesn't do sewing. You see, I'll show you the box in a minute, but it's at $4.45. I thought they were $4.95. I'll just get the box, right? See, on the box here, it's a bit ripped, but it shows you can use them for drawing pins or paper clips or pins or needles or anything like that. But also, what Janice was saying is if she has to work in a room with carpet, right, and her partner, her husband, is always treading on pins and everything, if you drop pins or if you drop a whole box of pins, watch this. Just show you the pins. Ready? Just move the scissors out of the way. And they go... Oh, one went askew. One went askew there. But also, what you can do is you can, if you're working around the carpet, you could do that. Well, that's years of doing bracelets and rings. You don't want your pets to be standing on pins, do you? Anything? Or your husband, or your children, do you? Have you got carpet underneath where you work?
And I have to harvest my pins after every project because they all just roll off.
You don't count them, do you? It's not like a doctor in a swab and you can't make them.
Oh, no. No, I wish. So I'll just position the pockets on. Also, I didn't answer the question before about the plastic hanger. I think could, if it was a thin plastic hanger, because there's a bit of flex to a plastic one as well, I think that would be fine. And if it is my mum, I've got lots of wire hangers. They cover all bases.
Helen, because she's Helen in Cheshire, isn't she?
She's Helen in Cheshire.
Yeah. We don't get any surnames here, so we just get like Helen in Cheshire or Marcia in Merseyside and things like that. Oh, let's have an update of fabric. The sewing room has now taken over this one. I'll show you the sewing room one very quickly if you haven't seen it. I'll take those boxes actually, obviously don't get those in the kit there. Nice, isn't it? They're slightly in the lead of the... so 50% of those have gone. Just under 50% of the teacups one has gone. The boudoir one, I might get the boudoir one and bring it over here because nobody's loving... Well, no, people are loving the boudoir one, but not as much. You follow on the sewing. I'm just going to get the fabric of these. Oh, is it not called boudoir? Just displaying the boudoir one. You can have loads of... I said that, didn't I? You can have loads of fabric left over, aren't you? You can have lots of fabric left over.
Yes.
Especially with the kitchen... Oh, excuse me. The kitchen one and the... oh, that's nice. The unicorns under there. Right, Hayley's saying, right, now I wouldn't, well, it depends what you're going to put in it. Hayley's saying, could you make it longer? Now, you could make it longer because that's obviously, if you think of, you know, the zippy things you get when you buy clothes, that's obviously a jacket length, isn't it? That you could make it into a dress length, but I would just be careful if you're going to put a wire hanger in, because what you don't want is to be hanging there and then your wire hanger to that and it falls on the floor and wrecks everything. So just think about the weight of... the way to think. Also, well, that's what Jo said. She'll put hers in her wardrobe. She just literally put in the wardrobe and put all her scarves in it. Not that we've ever seen her wear a scarf. All her silky scarves. Did you get that one last week from, oh, that lovely Liberty one we did last weekend? It was beautiful. Alice Caroline, beautiful.
I do like a scarf.
Do you?
Mm. Well, because the microphone, I never wear anything on my neck, just in case.
No, to mean on air, I meant when you come in through the door.
Oh, when I come in through it, well, it's normally that early in the morning.
And also, we come in the car, haven't we? So it's... We're not picked up. It's not like proper telly. We don't get a limo. We have to make our own way here.
I'm just quickly top stitching along the bottom, so trying to keep this one quite neat.
Thank you, John. I'll be watching at 11 o'clock. My 2-year-old granddaughter will love one of the unicorns for Christmas. John, I think you're fabulous. Oh, Lisa, that's very sweet of you. I'm old and battered now, Lisa, I'm afraid. Love your ideas, John. It wouldn't be the same without you. Lots of love. Oh, thank you, Lorraine. Oh, Shamoy Mary. Oh, now, Shamoy Mary, remember she bought one the first time we did it? Now, she's only a beginner. I talked about it yesterday. I was talking about, was it yesterday or the day before? No, when we did the budgies. And I was talking about you bought fabric from us and made lovely angel wings out of the fabric. Then she bought the unicorn, and she got so frustrated, she had to give it away, right? But she's going to buy another one today and give it a go again. I tell you what, Shamoy Mary, buy the budgie. Next time we do the budgie much, for a beginner, the budgie's better, isn't it? We're not saying the unicorn's simple. It is more of a challenging one, isn't it?
The budgie, whilst small pieces, it's not too...
There's no budgies left in stock, by the way, but I have asked for them to put more budgies in stock.
When I base the pockets on, I always like to go from the bottom up.
Yeah.
Just in case you start at the top and you just get a little gather at the bottom.
Oh, OK.
So I'll sew across the bottom.
But you're sewing from the other side as well?
I am, just because it's a little bit easier. Ideally, you'd have it on the top.
Oh, you're not seeing this because it's going in the seam, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's only across the bottom of the middle and the top pocket
that
you'll see the stitching. So I'll try to keep that one nice and neat. And check before you fix each pocket that they're definitely on straight when you look. I'm just going for it now because for time. But hopefully they'll be straight up.
12 minutes you've got.
Okay. Just give this a little roll.
We had a picture sent in. Oh, that wasn't as bad as yesterday, was it? I had to apologise yesterday. From Cynthia. Oh, Cynthia. She's so pleased with her panda quilt. She's only been quilting for a year.
Wow. That looks great.
It was her first attempt at clamshells. She found it quite challenging, but very pleasing. Look what she's done at the back. She's made bamboo, embroidery stitched bamboo into the background.
That's so clever. I love that.
That's fantastic. It's only been a year. The one thing I will say, Cynthia, is all your pandas have got wide open eyes. You haven't done a winking one, and you haven't done one asleep, have you? On the next one. I love it, though. I love it. Oh, no, I didn't mean to upset you. I'm just saying, they're all, they're all like this. Oh, thanks for all your pictures of your first quilt. But that'll be on air tomorrow. I don't know which hour is it tomorrow I'm doing it. I think it might be 11 o'clock, is it? No. No. It's only in one show, I think, yes, tomorrow. Isn't it the last one with the books and the tools? Isn't it in that one? Oh, I can't remember. Got loads. We might have to do it all day. We've got loads. And, of course, the people will be sending them in tomorrow as well. And Jo's going to send hers in when she gets home tonight.
My first quilt?
Yeah.
I will. I'll take a picture of it.
Joy's already refused. And Lucy refused. Only because they said now, if they look at them now, compared to what they do now, I think you should be proud of your first one.
I really love my first quilt, but I made a small-ish quilt.
Is it the one with the sheep?
No.
We have to do... Oh, Hayley, when you're in your next big meeting, Hayley, we have to do the sheep quilt. It's gorgeous. It's just beautiful. Anyway, it's not that we're stalking Jo's house or anything, but we love all the ones you got up on the wall. What were you going to say? There was a tip you were going to say then.
I've forgotten.
OK, sorry, that's my fault.
My pockets here slightly overlapped, so before I add the binding, I'll trim these so the edges are perfectly straight and aligned, because otherwise you'll get lumpy. It will be difficult to add the binding.
It wasn't you. It was Hayley going to say something, wasn't you?
Was
So
it not me?
don't think you're forgetting things.
What have I done with my pen? But now, with the ruler, decide how many pockets you want each one divided into. These are about, let's have a look, 18 inches.
Tracy, thanks for your picture. For some reason, our machine won't open it for some reason. So, but apparently, Tracy's made, did you say, a whole chair out of this, or covered a whole chair out of this embroidery, sewing room fabric. Oh, lovely. Right, what are you doing, so? This is the ruler coming in now. What are you doing?
I'm going to choose where to put stitch lines to divide the pockets up.
Right, because this is where you make it customised to yourself, really, isn't it? So if you've got lots of scarves, you could put lots of thinner ones and put one thin scarf in each. Or if you've got something bigger, like your flip-flops, then you can leave a wider pocket. It's up to you where you put these lines, isn't it?
And if you put it in a craft room, you might want things like pencils in, so you would want thinner pockets. Paintbrushes and things would be good in it.
Oh, yes.
So, have I lost my water evaporator?
That's what I said at the beginning, wasn't it? If you've got in your kitchen, you put your wooden spoons in there and your spatulas in there for your kitchen one. Do you know what? I'd be tempted to do? Now, this is me just being another idea, Lorraine. I don't decoat it.
Oh, that's good. And put it in. It'd be good on the back of the bathroom door.
But if you've got it in the kitchen, you're splashing around.
Yeah.
If you cook anything like I cook, and you get it. I suddenly looked the other day and I thought, what's that on the wall up there? And I don't know how. There's like all pasta sauce splashed up the wall, but it was above the eye level. How often do you... And I have to say, when my friend Vicky looked after my house, I just had my kitchen decorated, right? And I left her a couple of bottles of Prosecco to say thank you for looking after my house. I think she must have opened one quite vigorously because I suddenly looked up at my ceiling and there's all... Anyway, that's by the by now. So you've marked your pockets. Where are you marking them?
They're just over 18 inches wide, so I've marked at 12 inches and 6. So I've got 3.
So you've got 3 at 6 inches.
And then at the bottom, again, I'll just mark it in the centre point, so I've got 2 pockets at the bottom. I'm a bit small for this table. There we go.
We've got a block somewhere. Would you like me to get the block for you to stand on?
It's all right. I could just move it further down the table.
Oh, yeah.
That would be the that would be
then
the
the
logical.
camera wouldn't have such a good picture then.
There we go. So I've got the water erasable pen, which...
It's very professional. Right, so at the end of the bottom one, you've only put 2 pockets, not the 3 pockets.
So I'll just find the centre point. Hang on, put the ruler the wrong way. There we go. And then I'm lining up to make sure I've got a nice straight line to follow.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. That passed the test.
It's exactly perfect.
And then with the pocket, stitch from the bottom upwards, just in case you've started a fraction too low down, and you'll get a little gather at the bottom.
Yes,
so always sew.
Oh, okay.
And for sturdy pockets, I did 2 lines of stitching just to make sure. And really reversed backwards and forwards.
At the top,
At the top to make sure.
You could always, if you like doing a bit of hand stitching, you can almost, after you've done your backwards and forwards at the top, you could also do a decorative stitch or something, couldn't you? Just at the top.
A satin stitch section even, maybe, to...
Yeah, well, while Joe's stitching this, just want to show you the bundles again. I'm not going to go over there. I'm just going to show you them on the pictures, on the stills. Oh, hang on. No, we're not. We'll stay with Joe sewing. Could you use, you know, you can get that thicker thread for like jeans and things like that if you wanted to make the seams sturdy, or do a double line of stitching or something like that to kind of feature it.
Yes, or even a small sort of box.
Yeah, or an arrowhead or something like that. Right, so the sewing room hanging organiser kit, this is what you get in the kit. You get a metre of the sewing room fabric. Remember, it's extra wide. You get a metre of the lining, so like in a lilac-y, in a marini, lavendery blue. You also get the pattern, the thread, and the interfacing. £23.95. Next is the kitchen one, the tea cakes and tea cup and coffee pot and butterflies. It's like picnic. I'd call that picnic. Cake stand there. I've got a lovely cake stand. Kitchen hanging organiser kit. So in that one, look again, you get the metre of the cake fabric, a metre of the lilac, you get the thread, the interfacing and the pattern, all for £23.95. And the last one is the boudoir one. I love that. It's called Organic Stripe, that, from Amy Butler. Because remember, you've got designer fabric in there. You've got the metre of the designer fabric, you've got a metre of the backing, you've got the thread, you've got the interfacing, and you've got the instructions, all for £27.95. I need to point out as well, that one's 100% cotton, and the one that Joe's using here is 100% cotton. This one is like a linen canvas effect, which is 80% cotton and 20% polyester. Just so you know, because you can't do feely, can you? But it's got that feel of linen, flax kind of feel. Okay, I'll put it back. Right, got 3 minutes then.
3 minutes, right.
Joe, how are you doing? Oh, no, we need to see how to do the top, don't we?
Oh, I've missed that bit out.
You missed
Fortunately. That's reminded me. I did miss that bit out. It's not a big deal. I can just go back and do it.
Well, no, you could do all of this without having done the top, can't you?
I can. You can. It's not the end of the world.
Right.
I knew I'd forget something.
Yeah.
At the end, because I've not sealed these yet, you want to press over 1 centimetre and then 1 centimetre again.
At the top.
Top stitch along, just to finish that top edge. So I'll do that. So it's still open, so I'm safe.
You do that on both sides?
Yes.
Would it be too much to interface both? Or do you not need more interfacing than that?
If you wanted more structure, you could. These pockets are quite firm, so not necessarily necessary on this one, but on the other one that's all cotton, you might want to.
On the boudoir one,
and there's enough interfacing to do in the packet to do both sides.
Oh, okay. I just think if you want it more sturdy.
So pretend I did this right at the beginning.
Yeah, I'll pretend, because you've got 2 minutes left.
Right, and I'll talk about the binding. The binding is the same again as with the pocket, same width, and you sew onto the back and then bring it over onto the front edge. So your neat top stitched edge will be on the front.
Right.
And then pop your hanger in and seal it in by basting these sides. It's because I'm trying to be quick now.
It's what?
I'm trying to be quick.
Yeah.
So
More haste.
These
So just
sides
baste
so
those
that's
together.
sealed.
So you push the hanger down a little bit, baste along the edges there, obviously not along the top, and down the shoulder there, so that that's all basted in. And then...
And you want this opening to be 2 inches.
Right.
Which is about that. And you can
right.
trim this edge or just bring the binding round. Now join your binding pieces together either with 45-degree angle and fold the end over and just bring it round here and stitch it on so that you do it on the back.
So you go all the way round.
All the way
around the edge. I'll show you on this one. So you started here, you've gone all the way round, all the way round, all the way round, all the way round. Come back to the end here, tuck the ends under so you haven't got your raw edges at the end.
So this is folded, yes, so they're nice and neat.
And then you folded over and top stitched it down.
Yes, so stitch onto the back and you can press the edge that you want folded over before you stitch it on. Stitch it with the raw edge, and so you're bringing the folded edge over to top stitch along the front. You want your top stitch side to be the front, just because that's the neater side.
Exactly. And it's not bias, is it? It's a straight.
It's not. It's put on the edge, on the straight. So when you get to this point, you want to fold it up and then fold it down
like a
to make the corners.
Okay, we've only got 30 seconds, so you're back in an hour's time with the unicorn. Joy is up straight away with a piecing masterclass, and what were you saying, House? Oh, that's it. That's it. I thought I was doing that quickly because Hayley was giving me a message. That was all. So join me in 3 minutes from now with Joy doing. Oh, it's lovely. It's all these squares like tumbling on the quilt. It's really lovely. I'll see you in 3 minutes with me and Joy from now. Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
There are many different ways you can buy from us here at The Sewing Quarter. You can order from us by calling our free phone number at 0800 112 4433 and talk to the team at our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, there are other ways you can buy from us. You can go online and shop through our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You can even watch the show there and shop as you go. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day and only pay a small fee of £2.95 postage and packaging for the whole day. We also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on all products excluding custom-cut fabric. Our friendly UK-based team will help guide you through every step.
The Sewing Quarter website is simple and easy to use. You can view a live broadcast of the show on our homepage. Get instant access to our online shop, which has a wide range of wonderful products for you to choose from. You can also enjoy a selection of projects and guides which we have on offer to help you enhance your skills and gain valuable tips. Watch the live shows and you can buy the product which is currently being shown on air. You can even message the studio to ask our presenters or team any questions you might have. Below, you'll find all the products from today's show for you to look at and purchase. On the right of the screen, next to today's products, you will find our simple programme guide listing all upcoming shows. So, join us today at sewingquarter.com.
We're giving you the chance to win a prize that money can't buy. You and a friend could be joining John Scott and none other than Mandy Shaw on a VIP visit to the Sewing Quarter studio. We'll treat you to lunch where you can put your pressing sewing questions to Mandy and John, and we'll throw in a bag of goodies worth £75. 3 runners-up will also receive a goodie bag of Sewing Quarter treats. To enter, simply find us on Facebook, like our page, and answer the question in the competition post. 3 easy steps, 1 fabulous prize.
Isn't this lovely? I told you it was a lovely one, didn't I? I don't know if there's an official name for it. We were kind of calling it tumbling blocks earlier. Oh, no, tumbling blocks is that cubes one, isn't it? I just think it's lovely. Let's just look, you see. Whichever way, this is only obviously a small sample of it here. Joy has done a bigger version, so we can get the big effect when I go over there. But what we've done again is we've done bundles. We've done some bundles for you. So I'm going to take you through the bundle, because there's a lot of bundles, right? So we'll do all the bundles first. Well, it's only 5 bundles, but you get a lot in each bundle. So we're going to go through each bundle now. Oh, okay. Right, no, the one I just showed you. Oh, right, hang on. No, okay, it's fine. It's fine. Here you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one's the one that we've, Joy's made. I'll go through all these properly with you later so you can see the extent of each of the fabrics. That's the one that Joy's made. That's called Traditional Trinkets fabric. So you get 2.5 metres for £26.95. So you'll see a lot of that one because that's the one Joy's made and is... Are you using this one again to just demonstrate? No, there's another one you're using. Joy's here, by the way. So that's that one. That's that one. Then... This blue one. I've got 2 bluey ones. This is the one with the... I've not seen this fabric before. I'll show you this fabric here. I've not seen this before. It's lovely, isn't it? It's called Oceana. Oh, do you know what? In the old days, when they had Miss World, there used to be a Miss Oceana, didn't there? So anyway, you get 5 fabrics again. I'll just spray them out like that, so you can see. Look, aren't they lovely? £24.95. You get 2.5 metres of fabric. Aren't they lovely? They're beautiful, aren't they? £24.95 for Oceana. Then I've got like a pinky, dusky, gorgeous... Now, I think this one might have been one of Joy's favourites when we were prepping this morning, because she said it's very vintagey, isn't it? And vintage is very on trend at the moment. No, vintagey. No, vintagey is a word, isn't it? Vintage chic. They're nice, and I can see now. Look, don't they look lovely together? I bow down to Joy's expertise. They do look gorgeous together, don't they? Then I've got like a chocolate... Oh, no, I think they're all the coffees, aren't they? Chocolate mocha latte. Then I've got a linear and then a cream in there. It's like a natural bundle. If you like them the colours to blend. That one's £17.45. 2.5 metres of fabric, £17.45. And then last but not least is the one that's displayed here. Cool. This one's called Cool. You've got the Cosmic Wave here. No, Rhythm, that one. And then that one's called something like Silhouette Leaf. And then you've got the Amy Butler fabrics. And you get 2 solids. And then you get this lovely dove grey linear print. They're lovely. It's nice, aren't they? Anyway, enough of the fabrics. Let's go and see how to make it. Right. Joy, it's lovely. It's such an... It looks... Now, I shouldn't say this, but it looks quite simple to do. But I'm sure there's quite a lot of thought. Oh, before we go any further, I've got an email.
Okay.
Dear Joy...
That's a snail mail, not an email.
Yeah, no, but we can't put emails on here, you see, and it's too long. Dear Joy, I love your shows on Sewing Quarter.
Thank
you
you.
explain everything so well and so simply. I just want to say thank you so much for your demonstration of how to change the rotary cutter blade. I've been struggling for some time with my cutting and knew it was something to do with how the blade was in the cutter, but couldn't work out the proper way to put it back together. I've just reassembled my cutting blade and it's now working like a dream. Thanks again, Laureen from Northern Ireland.
Fabulous, fabulous. It's amazing what... Oh, can I keep that?
You can have that.
Thank you. I shall treasure that.
But it's simple things, isn't it? So when you look after your tools,
absolutely.
They'll look after you, sort of thing,
you get your blade put in the wrong way round and you've You're fighting against it all the way.
Exactly.
So,
Now, if you're wondering what we're talking about, look on the YouTube later. Or you can look at it now, actually. Look on YouTube, and at 8 o'clock, we just went through some of the tools that Joy uses, and she said, this blade's not in properly. So, impromptu, just showed how the blade should go in properly. Right. So, go back to this. Go back. So, it looks simple, but I'm sure there's more to it than simple just squares, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very simple to put together. The trick is when you're getting it assembled.
Right.
That's where you have to work your brain out.
Yes.
It sort of squiggles up a bit. Tumbling charms,
Tumbling
falling
charms, that's the word I was looking for.
It gets called various names, very traditional sort of pattern again. Gets its name from the fact that we're using 5-inch squares to start with, which is our charm packs.
Charm pack, of course. But you couldn't use a charm pack because there'd be no seam. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But if you've got charm packs, you normally get all different fabrics, don't you, and everything like that. But you could use a charm pack because they're 5.5 inches, so you've got your quarter-inch.
Charm packs are 5 inches.
5 inches.
And we're cutting 5-inch squares, so perfect.
Oh, perfect. Oh, so we're cutting 5-inch squares. They're not finished 5-inch squares.
But you can't use a charm pack for your background fabric.
And also, if you use a charm pack, you wouldn't get the regularity because you normally get 1 or 2 of each print, don't you?
Right,
so you could use a charm pack if you just wanted it to be random, but not if you want the lovely regular print that you
If you want it to have like a proper design, then yes.
But then you couldn't use a charm pack for these fabrics around here, could you?
You'd need to get meterage of that. So
I mean, whole bundle. I'm going to make loads because you've got 2.5 meters in each bundle, so that's a lot of fabric, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So where do we start?
First thing is we're going to need some squares and we're going to need some strips.
Right.
Okay. The squares is the obvious one,
yes,
which are all of these. So you just need to cut out oodles of squares. I don't know how many I thought I was making. I thought I was making I don't know, but I've got millions.
You've got millions of squares there.
I just got carried away with the cutter. You know me with the cutter.
Yeah.
Off I go. So you need to cut out some squares and obviously cut out, as many as you need of each colour. And if you don't know, just cut out a heap, sew them together and just keep going until it becomes big enough. Okay. This is a really good quilt if you want to, if you're making charity quilts. A lot of people do that. It's a nice, simple, straightforward one to do. Looks very effective.
Because I know you do that, and I know the lady quilters at Chip in Camden, they're doing some quilts for a neonatal unit. That's their charity this year they're doing, because I'm going to go and visit them in September.
Oh, lovely.
Because they're going to be doing all these quilts and everything.
Well, that size there is perfect for neonatals, and then obviously the bigger one we can show later for bigger people or bigger children. Mine's Project Lioness UK, so we deal with children seriously or traumatised and things like that. So, but, children go up to sort of 16, 18.
Well, we're all children at heart, really, aren't we?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? I've got to give you a stock warning. We haven't even started the show. This one, Hayley. This one here. This bundle here.
Yes.
Are very limited. We're already got only 15 of those left.
Wow.
The bundle that made that, only 15 of those left. Just to warn you. Sorry. You obviously love that because that looks like a traditional. If you went to a museum and you saw an old American quilt, those colours look like the traditional quilty colours, don't they?
I've actually got a class going at the moment doing a very traditional quilt in these trinkets, a whole range of trinkets. It looks stunning.
Oh, is that what they're called, trinkets?
Yes, that's a range, trinkets.
Oh. Thank you. Right.
I'm a mine of useless information,
not
John.
Useless. Well, we'd be very quiet if you didn't, wouldn't we?
I'm sure.
So you've actually cut them at 5 inches.
5-inch squares, and then I've just cut some strips 2.5 inches wide across the width of the fabric.
Is that the only cutting you need to do? So we don't really need instructions. You need 5-inch squares and you need strips of 2.5 inches. Oh, design roll, jelly roll.
Yeah. Charm packs, design rolls.
If you wanted to do random, then you could do that. Yep. Oh, there are bundles. Because no, let me explain something. Right, I know I'm going on about charm packs and design rolls because they're those sizes, but you're not going to get this effect because when you get a design roll or a charm pack, you get 1 or 2 of each fabric, don't you? Which I love. Yeah. And that would make it completely random, wouldn't it? This one, but I love the uniformity of this, which is, I think, why we've done these fantastic bundles for you in these really traditional colours, so you can create a whole quilt with There's the pattern. You see what I mean about the pattern? It's like that. There's something homely about it. I'm seeing a roaring fire and, that kind of thing.
Oh, yes.
Little house on the prairie.
Snow outside and
I'd rather
hot
be warm.
chocolate inside.
Now you're talking. Right, okay, so we've got 5-inch squares and we've got 2.5-inch strips.
Okay. The other thing about the bundles is because we've bundled them together, you haven't got to make any fabric choices, really. You just cut them into your squares, decide which one you're using for your strips, and away you go. So that's where we start from. Then we're going to simply take some of our squares and one of our strips, and all you need to do is place them on right sides together and sew a 1/4 inch seam. Okay?
Right.
Don't need to cut the strips apart.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Why don't you cut the strip?
No, we can just keep feeding them in and adding them along.
And you only have to leave the tiniest gap in between each one. You don't have to leave a seam allowance or anything in between each one.
No, because here's one I made earlier.
Oh, here we go. Blue
like
piece
a
of
string
moment.
of bunting, isn't it?
This is the Cool Prints one that Joy's using as they walk through the demonstration.
Yeah, I must have had a bit of a cool day because I was using similar colours earlier on.
Yes, exactly.
So, so you can push them right up close together if you want to.
These are all sewn on. Look, I'll just show you. Okay.
Yeah. Or you can, as I did on this one, you can leave a bit of a gap, and then all you're going to do is just trim either side.
And this is a 1/4 inch seam allowance along the top.
1/4 inch seam, and to trim it off, what we're going to do is line up on the top edge and the side, and then
This is when you come to the end of the.
Yeah, when you've sewn up all the squares on that you want. They don't have to be the same colour squares on a strip, obviously. You can just...
So all of these, will all of those be sewn to a strip like this?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you're just literally going to sew all of those, so it doesn't matter which order you do them in or anything, just stitch them all up.
Because we're going to cut them all apart, like this.
Good morning, John and Joy. I'm just making my first extra large cushion cover with cathedral windows, using 113... 2.5-inch squares.
Wow.
But when you've made it, Anne-May.
Yes.
Anne-May.
Send it in.
Send it in. No, not the quilt. Just send a picture.
I'm going to say she can send the quilts as well, but no, we should be so lucky.
Oh, lovely.
So all you've got to do is just go all the way along the row, and then you've got them joined on. So that's the first stage.
Right.
Okay.
So every single square... Get this right. Every single 5-inch square is being sewn like that to the strip, and then cut so that they're like you've got there. So you've got loads and loads like that.
Yeah, we have lots like this, and then all we've got to do is press them out.
Sorry, Joy, to interrupt you. This one here, this bundle, there's only 6 left. There's only 6 left. They're flying out. They're absolutely flying. I think everybody's seeing not log cabins. Well, it is inside a log cabin, isn't it, with the fire going and the hot chocolate.
They all want it.
And the tin bath in front of the fire.
Oh, that's a bit drastic. Bit drastic. Okay. Yeah. So we'll end up with all of our squares stitched on to strips, cut apart, pressed open. And now, the way you press, just think about it. Normally, you press to the darkest one.
Yes.
Wherever you can. So that's just something to think about. But it's not absolutely crucial.
But you would do if, like on that one, you would...
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Do you want the iron out? Is that why you're looking at me like that?
No, I can finger press.
Right, okay. Haley's saying, why would you press to the dark side? Haley's new to all this.
She doesn't understand about the dark side, does she?
Well, no, her life is in the dark side. But why would you press to the dark side?
Right, how would you like to pass me the lightest fabric you can find over there?
Right. Well, I'll bring this bundle that's about to sell out, shall I?
Good idea. Yes, bring it over and then we'll...
Yeah, and then we'll put it away.
OK, so if you're going to use the lightest one, which is this one here, and you're going to team it up with this one, say, which is much darker, if you press so that the dark one is underneath the light one, when you look at it, you can see it shadowing through.
And also, that looks neat because it's a big piece, but remember, you're only going to see that much cut. You know what I mean? If you pressed it to that side, you're only going to have 1/4 inch. So it's going to create lines, isn't it?
If I bring that up to there, you can, I don't know if you can pick it up on the camera, but you can just see it shadowing through.
Yeah.
Whereas if you do it the other way, so that the cream
goes behind the turquoise.
Goes behind and goes under the turquoise, then you don't. you don't see it. So that's why we always go to the dark side.
Yes, exactly. Now, Teresa's message saying, have I missed the panda quilt again? Will it be coming back? Yes, it will be coming back, but you haven't missed it today. It was just a picture that someone sent in of their... Was it Cynthia?
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember.
We'll check. My brain's not what it was. Now, I've only got 5 of those left, by the way, those bundles. Right, I'll leave that there. I won't leave you again. So you've sewn all your... Who, sorry? Oh, Cynthia. That's how I said, Cynthia. Yeah, Cynthia.
Yep.
That's what I said.
Well, remember. So we've sewn all our squares onto our strips, cut them apart.
Oh, I was getting the iron out. That's what I was doing, wasn't it, before we were so rudely interrupted?
Do you want to do some ironing, do you? You like this bit, don't you?
Yeah, what, the ironing?
Is it on? Is it on?
Of course it's on.
Good.
Would you like to do it? Because I'm going to just go and get another bundle from over here.
So, when I'm pressing these, I leave them shut as they've been sewn, first of all, and then I go over it with the iron just to help set that seam so that the thread gets set into the fabrics. And then if you just take the iron and just let it knock it over by itself, just go over nice and square, then you get a really nice sharp crease.
You can tell she's done this before, can't you?
Oh, I was ironing yesterday, but it wasn't this kind of nice ironing.
Say that again.
I was ironing yesterday, but it wasn't this kind of nice ironing. It was the essential, ironing of clothes to be worn.
Oh, no.
I know.
I hope you only do your own and make the rest of them do their own.
Absolutely. Absolutely. OK, so we've got those done and pressed. So that's the first stage done. Now, the next thing we need to do... I'm getting in an awful pickle here.
Oh, it's not like you.
Oh, it is.
So, you can't what? See what?
She can't.
Honestly, they get so fussy about my glasses.
What, they could see your glasses and they're worried about it?
So they can.
They could see them and they were worried?
Yes. They were because they were in shot. That was why. What? This is Cool Prints. This is this one. This is Cool Prints here. We'll just keep that graphic in for now, and then I'll go through, because the Trinket one is going to go, is about to sell out. And then I've got 3 others that I'll bring and show you later on. But that's the Cool Prints fabric one there. Yeah. Hang on, there's 5. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, 5, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's one we're using at the moment.
Yes, yeah.
So now we need to get another one of our strips. And this time we're going to sew them back on again.
Right.
But we're going to sew them on always the same way. So if I place this one on here and stitch it, then this one's got to go in the same direction. And that's quite important.
Yes.
Because if you squiggle it around, then you're going to get them on the wrong side.
Yes.
So
they're all going to be, so the little block, every single one is going to be the same. So you're going to have different fabrics here, but you'll have your backing fabric there and your backing fabric going that way, but these all have to face in the same direction.
all face them in the same direction.
Again, all of these, once they've got their blues on.
Yep, absolutely everyone. And again, you can just keep stitching them all together.
Yeah.
Until...
Oh, again, there we go.
we have another little washing line full of those, OK?
And then...
So now you can see they're on there. So again, what we need to do is to trim them apart.
Oh, they come off as well? They're
going to be trimmed off as well. So if I just...
not that one, Amy, that one's sold out. Oh, I thought you said you sold out, sorry.
Not quite. So turning it round, and then I'm just going to whiz this one off. So, okay, oops.
Yeah, but the one that goes on the drapey should be on the others. That one stays there, but put one of the others
from
on the drapey
here.
thing. Sorry, everybody, just trying to sort everything out. So, it's been one of those mornings this morning.
So now we've got a section like this.
Didn't realise we were quite good to... So set the seam first.
So set the seam so it's nicely set in.
I'll just do that bit there because that's a bit creased as well.
Been a bit crinkled.
Right, and then, do you want it to go? No, I want it to go.
No, always keep the seam on... If you're right-handed, keep the seam on your left.
Your left, and go like that.
Just ease it up, and just let the iron...
Oh, yes, because it's onto the dark side,
let the iron knock it over. And by doing it that way, it will automatically go underneath where you want it to go.
So we've made like an L plate, like a learner plate for a car.
Yes, good idea. That's hot, isn't it?
It's pointing out that one, yeah.
OK, so now we've got lots of these made.
Right, so we can get rid of these because we've gone past that stage.
Let's have all these.
Let's try and tidy up, Joy, as we go along.
Throw them in there.
That's it,
I'm like this at home.
Oh, now you see, I thought you'd be meticulously a place for everything and everything in its place.
I am, but when I'm at this stage, it just...
Oh, OK, and then you have a tidy up afterwards.
Then I clear it all up afterwards.
OK.
Shut the doors and it's done. So now I have got a little pile of these.
Yeah.
And I have got a little pile of these.
Oh, brilliant.
And I've got a little pile of these as well.
1, 2, 3. So I've only got 4 fabrics there. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there's only 4 in the main. Is one a backing then?
I've used one as a backing,
fine.
yes.
OK, perfect.
Yeah. So, but you could, use them all.
Oh, no, I like the uniformity that you've got going on there.
If you use 5 fabrics as your squares, you would still get the uniformity, but you'd get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, OK.
And it would repeat every fifth one instead of every third one. So you'd still get it.
So, you've just not used the pale aqua one there.
No.
So there would be a plain and a plain,
yeah,
wouldn't there?
that you could use as your backing.
OK.
Now, this is where we need to think about how we're going to put it together, okay? Because the obvious thing that people would do is...
Me, you mean?
Oh, possibly.
Isn't this what I did this morning when I tried to put them together this morning?
Yeah. So if you do that, that looks okay.
Yes, but that's just going to look like a blue quilt
but all you're going
with
to
squares
get,
on it.
Absolutely.
And you could have appliqued those.
Well, I suppose you could,
but you know what I mean? It's going to look like a blue piece of fabric with squares on it.
Yeah. So it's just going to look like this. Try and get them in the right order.
If you could.
Okay. Does that look? Okay. But, as you say, it doesn't look very exciting. It doesn't give us that tumbling effect. So what we need to do is rotate this one this way round. So the L goes top and to the left.
Yeah.
The next one, bottom to the right. Top to the left. And then we're going to swip this one round.
So if you were making it much bigger and you had 12 in a row or something, you just carry on along the whole 12.
Just keep going
top,
your
bottom,
sequence.
top, bottom, top, bottom, till you get to the end. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. So that one stays there. This one goes round here, and this one stays
Can you start with either of them, or do you always have to start with the corner that way up? Or could you have started with that one?
Yeah, you could start with that one.
So it doesn't matter which one you start with?
No, as long as you go... as long as you work out the sequence of your fabrics, as you can see, this one obviously would then go on there, so the sequence keeps going.
Yeah, because the diagonal, it will look. So the one you can see it on is the grey linear there. Yes. So the one next to it there will be that one will be next to it there.
That's right.
And then
so you've got leaves.
Yeah.
Whatever that one's called. What do you
call
it?
Cosmic. Rhythm.
So you've got leaves, rhythm, and linear. Leaves, rhythm, linear, and that will keep going that way. If you look from this angle, then you've got all the grey.
So will that'll just carry on being grey? So if you made a whole double duvet, you would have a diagonal of the greys going right the way through, and then a diagonal of the leaves going right the way through.
If you look at the big one, that's probably the easiest way to show it.
Shall I hold it up, John?
Oh. Hold it that way, because we can see more then. Yeah.
Oh, yes, so here we've got the diagonal of the burgundy, the diagonal of the blue, and the diagonal of the kind of rusty gold.
Yeah. And then if you look the other way, you can see you've got red, orange, blue, red, orange, blue, red, orange, blue. And that would just keep going as long as you keep your sequence. And by alternating these sort of L shapes, you then get this zigzag.
Oh, it's zigzag in the backing. Oh, oh, yes, look. Because the thing is about blocks is you end up looking at it as a block, don't you? Yeah. It's only when you hold it up like that for the telly, you start thinking, oh, yes, the creams are making their very own pattern going on through the...
Absolutely. And here's a little tip for people at home, because that is what happens. You get so focused in on this that you don't see the big picture, so to speak. I always take it, I've got a long mirror, so I always take it and hold it up in front of the mirror and look at it in the mirror, because then you get a much more objective view of it.
Yes, exactly. And also seeing it in the mirror, you're seeing it twice as far away.
That's right.
Because you've got it there and back again, so you're seeing the whole... Yeah. OK, brilliant. So then, you just stitch...
So now we've got to this stage, what we need to do is chain piece it all together.
Right.
OK? So for chain piecing, if you lay it out on the left-hand side of your machine...
Right.
OK? Then I'm going to fold this one on top of here, this one on top of here, and this one on top of here.
OK, now this is simple, because we've only got 9 blocks and 9 squares.
If I'd got 20 rows...
If you're making a double duvet...
It's exactly the same.
But have you got a room? Have you got a room big enough to literally lay them all? Because Oh, well, you're lucky.
Yeah, I've got a big table.
All right, but if you're in Hayley's house with the dogs running everywhere and a mad husband and a child and everything like that, how would you do a block of 9 and a block of 9, or would that get complicated?
You could do, or if you've got a nice big double bed, you just make the bed and you lay them out on the bed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you've got space to
Hayley's saying, do you ever number them?
Occasionally. I tend not to because I use this approach. But if I think I'm not going to get it finished in the time I've got
so if you're in Hayley's house and she knows that Paul's going to come home, want his tea and then go to bed, and it's all on the double bed, she's going to he'll just come in and like that. It's a bit like that, isn't it?
Number your rows and
it's not like that at all, by the way.
Columns and the rows.
Okay, sorry.
It could happen. So for me, I've just folded them over, and I know that this is the seam that I need to sew.
But you get to sew, yes.
Okay, and I'm going to chain piece them together, but then I'm not going to cut them apart. So we'll do that. If I've got 20 of these in a row, then what I do is I start at the bottom and I bring this one down and bring it on the top, just overlapping a little bit, and then this one down. Because if I've got a big one laid out on the bed, or on the big table or wherever, and then I've got to go to my machine, I'm not going to keep running in and out every 2 seconds.
Yes.
So now I've got a pile. So what I do is I hold it on the seam that I'm going to sew, and I do not let that hang go.
And so this is the rotary cutter arm going behind the
don't move them, don't move them. Okay.
And so you go to your machine.
So then I'm going to the machine and I lay the pile down at the side of the machine.
Right.
And I know all I've got to do is start on the top and sew that seam down. So if I just line this up a bit. Come on. Foot pedal out. And then when I get to the end of this first one, I'm just going to pick up the next bundle of 2 and put them under, and then just butt it up and carry on sewing. So the machine will automatically put like one little stitch in between the bundles that I'm sewing together.
Right.
So down to the end, and I'm using my needle down so that I've got something to butt this fabric up to. And it saves anything drifting apart, because I need to lift the foot slightly to get it underneath.
Of course, yeah.
So if the needle's down, then it's not going to go too far.
And what foot have you got on the machine?
I've got the 1/4 inch foot on because I want a 1/4 inch seam all the way down.
And now if your machine doesn't come with a 1/4 inch, you've got a tip about how you could do it, because my machine hasn't got a 1/4 inch foot.
Yeah, it depends what machine you've got. Some machines you can move your needle position over. So if you can do that, you can move it over till you've got your 1/4 inch.
So it's 1/4 inch from the edge of the foot.
From the edge of the foot, yeah. I sometimes do that if I'm sewing through wadding with a walking foot, because that doesn't have 1/4 inch markings on it.
Oh, okay.
So I'll quite often move that over. Yeah. Some machines, though, you can't move your needle position either. So what you can do then is, if you get a piece of masking tape,
or wishy-washy tape,
and then lay it on where your 1/4 inch is. I don't rely on any of the markings on the stitch plate at all. I very rarely find that they're accurate enough, or if they're accurate, you need them. You need to see it down here, and there's no markings. By the time you've got there, it's almost.
So you put your wishy tape, whatever, all the way down there, so you've got a line right the way to follow.
Right the way down. That's what I would do.
Brilliant.
Okay, so I've sewn this, so now I can take it back to where I started, and if I'm doing a small one, I can just open it up and just double check that, it's all still in the right place. If it's a big one, then you have to trust that you've done it correctly. Okay. So what we need to do now is add on the next row. Now we can't fold them on top of all of these because they'd all start falling off.
Yeah.
So again, I would have done my pile, take it to the machine. This is where I started. So now I know that this one has got to add on to here.
Right.
But if you remember...
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you know which side?
It's this side,
yes.
Okay. So all you need to do then is bring this up, fold it straight over and on top, and then you've got it in exactly the right order. Okay, so this is it's so simple, but you can really lose track of which direction you're going in very easily. And also,
if you've got the radio on, you're singing along to Elaine Page, you know, songs from the shows, it's so easy, because it would be so easy just to walk over there and like
and muddle them up like you've just done, You're doing it deliberately now, aren't you?
Loving this, Joy. So simple to follow, but so effective. That's Beverley in Ayrshire. And now, I've got to tell you, this here, this is vintage chic.
That's beautiful. I love
this is vintage chic, right? This is selling really, really quickly now. This was Joy's favourite, this one. So I'm going across the bottom of your screen there. Vintage chic fabric bundle, 2.5 metres for 20... See that? Right, now, Hayley's saying she'd use the cream one as the backing or the L-shaped zigzag, right? Hayley would use the cream one as the zigzag shaping on that one. Yeah, maybe. I've got to ask you this. Why have we got this here? Have we spray starched it?
Okay. I haven't on this particular lot, but I quite often will do, because it helps to stop a bit of the fraying, but also it helps to get really nice crisp seams, and that's always helpful. Whenever you're doing anything like sewing on the strips and stuff like that and cutting it apart, it's always useful to get as much body in as you can. And that's lovely because it doesn't leave any residue or anything. No. You know, no little white
because starches in the old days, because when I was starting, it was like, I better not say the name, but it's a bird with a red breast.
That's the one.
And it came in a big black can, and it would be everywhere. It'd be all over your iron, it would be all over there. And when you stitched with it, you could feel it. Yeah. This is fantastic. Now, this is the lavender one. If you go to the website, we do linen, and we do no scent. The linen one smells like your archetypal, beautiful laundry, that fabulous, fresh washing smell. And then, obviously, the lavender smells like a lavender.
Okay. So now we've got it to that stage, and the beauty about this is that it can't get itself tangled up and lost round now. Okay, so we've got it done. And if I was doing a big quilt, I'd just carry on and keep adding more rows on till it's
as big as you can deal with.
So now we need to press it.
Right.
So if we can swap over.
Yeah, of course. I'm not pressing that one. Let me move those up.
You're not chickening out on me, are you, John? Right, now, if we look at this one, we know that we're going to have to join these seams.
Yes.
Okay?
Open.
And no, we're not going to press them open. Oh. We're going to join them. But what we want to do is make sure... Make it up as you go along today. Make sure that the seams go in opposite directions, okay? Because if they go in opposite directions...
I knew that. I just thought it would be...
I know you did. But I'm just telling people out there in case they didn't.
Yes, exactly.
By getting them going in opposite directions, then that's fine.
That's because you can nestle them up and you haven't got 4 lots of seam allowance on one side. That's why you do them.
That's right, and you get really nice sharp joins as well. Now, the first row is easy to press out because then we can go over, and again we can knock over. And I'm just holding this edge. I'm not pulling or yanking. I'm just keeping it under a little bit of tension so that it goes out, nice and smooth. Now, this second row is a bit of a pain because we want it to go
that way,
this way, and I can just about iron left-handed, but not accurately enough for what I want to do today. So I'm going to ignore that one for now.
Oh, now, you see, what I'd do is I'd get a friend to come round, and they could stand that side of the ironing board, and you could stand this side. So you could do the ones going this way, and they could do the ones going that way.
Yeah, always possible, but,
Not everyone's got a friend, have
they,
Joy?
I've got no friends. I have to do it on my own.
Okay.
So I'm ignoring that one, and I'm going down to the bottom one.
Right.
Because, again, this one needs to go over in this direction.
Yeah.
And again, if I was doing this on a big quilt, I keep doing it on alternate rows all the way down. Then I can turn the whole thing round so that now I'm going to iron in this direction again. Now, we've got nice big pieces today, so I can actually get the iron in and do it. But that's not always the case.
No.
So if I haven't got room to get the iron in, I just let this end drop off the end of the ironing board, and then it's out of the way while I go in and press it out.
And also, that's kind of the joy of a real ironing board, because you're having to do it flat on the table now. But on an ironing board, you've only got a certain width, haven't you? Then you can let the ones you've done drape over that side and keep the ones...
That's right. That's right. So now that's all pressed in opposite directions.
I should just put these here for them.
Okay.
Yep.
So all we're left to do now is to join these two rows together.
Right.
So to do that, obviously, fold one on top of the other. Now I'm going to look for this join here, so that you can see the seams are going in opposite directions.
Yeah.
So we've got a nice little step there that if we just knock it to each other, it will just sort of butt into place. But I don't want to just trust that. I'm going to get a pin, and I'm using the finest pin that I can get my hands on. And I'm going to pin it in, and I'm going to pin it so that the pin comes out right near the top.
Right.
Okay. If you pin too far down here, if you pinned it down here, it can still move, so you've lost your nice crisp join. So always up nice and near the top. And then if you've got it lined up correctly, if you pin on the line of stitching this side, you'll see that it's exactly lined up on the line of stitching on the other side.
Perfect.
Okay, so then you know you're going to get a really nice crisp joining.
And it's all about that, isn't it? Because it's all about squares and squares and squares. You can't get away with them missing because it'll be obvious, won't it?
Yeah.
Now the pins, $7.95. They're the Prim glass headed pins, 35 by 4.4 millimeters, 5 grams of them. They come in a little shaky box. I haven't got all the box here at the moment.
Oh, we did have it.
We did have it earlier, didn't we? But don't worry.
Tray. I'll have a look. Okay, and then we can stitch this down.
Okay.
Which I will do. And then, obviously, just repeat the same on the other seam as well.
Yeah.
When I get to the pin...
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm just going... I know you are. When we get to the pin, I'm just going to slow down and go slowly over the pin.
Because lots of designers have different thoughts about sewing over a pin, don't they? We always used to sew over pins when I learned.
Yep.
So
yeah, if you take the pin out, then you might as well not pinned it in the first place because it's lost any use it was going to do. And as long as you go, and the finer the pin as well, the better. Because if you've got a big fat pin and the needle hits it at speed, it's going to break something. But if you've got a fine pin, there's less chance of it finding it. And if you go slowly, it'll just slide off.
Exactly.
So
I've got a picture of the pins.
Well done.
Here it is. That's how yours will arrive. They're very fine. Super fine, in fact. Super fine.
Super fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, as you can see, I've got some wadding actually. We need to talk to Joy about wadding in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Are you just going to do another line of stitching along there? While you're doing that, I'm going to go back. Oh, right. Well, I'll start here. Because this is the vintage one here. It's called Vintage Pinks, that one. Chic. Vintage Chic, that one's called. £20.95. You get half a metre of each Fabrico. Now, let me talk to you about this trinkets one. If you all check out of your basket right now, some people are going to miss out. If you want this, you need to check out your basket or get it sorted right now. Right now, because people aren't checking out. You've only guaranteed it. If you've got it in your basket, it's only guaranteed. Right, there are two left that need to be, two left. So if you haven't checked out already, check out. If you want to come in and get it, check out. There's only 2 available. Okay? That was the traditional trinkets. Where would you like to go next? Let's go with this. Okay, let's go with this one. Oceana, this one's called. Which is Amy bringing over? Okay. Graphics? Okay, what I'll just do is I'd put those out, but I'll put these out. Just so you can see them a bit better, because we can't get the upstairs camera over here properly. Now you've got to imagine this in the finished. What I want to do is show you it in squares, but I can't do that over here. So I'll just drape it over here for you. So we do this. So what's this one called? I've never seen this one before. I'll just turn it to camera, sorry. That's nice. Let me move it into shot. There you go. Beads by Free Spirit. Oh, it's an L Watmore. Oh, it's an L Watmore. Okay, then we've got the linear. You get ½ metre of each of these, so you get the blue linear there. Peacock, that's called. It's not peacock. Then you've got this one. Azure. Are you sure? Right, then we've got this one. Leaf by Nell Watmore. And then this one here. Marine blue. So that's lovely, so that's a lovely bundle. ½ metre of each for £24.95. You're loving all of them, actually. Okay, well, I'd use one of these as my zigzags, my 2 planes. Would you normally, I'm going to include Joy into this conversation, you know the zigzaggy bits, would you always normally go for the plainer or the less patterned fabric like you have on yours?
Well, I think I probably would, just because it showcases all the squares. But if you've got a lot of very pale, plainer squares, you could put a really bold one going through.
Yeah, well, let's go to the pink. Let's go back to the pink one for a minute. Yeah. Let's go back to the vintage chic. So what Joy's saying is, make your squares out of these. So you've got the lovely. Is that baby pink? That one? I'll just wait and see. We'll just check. So make your squares out of these. So you've got the pink spot. You've got the cream or ivory. No, that's a cream, isn't it, that fabric? Oh, it's cheeky pink, that one. Cream. Then you've got, is this vintage blue, this one? So I'm getting to learn them slowly. There's just hundreds of them, you see. And then you've got teal spot on. So you'd make your squares out of those, but then make your zigzag out of the tea rose. The linear, that would work, wouldn't it? So you've got all soft, subtle colours there, yes. And then make your zigzag panels out of that one there, maybe. Because then this would be the star of the show, wouldn't it? Yep. Right, that's absolute. Right, oh, this is flying out now. Absolutely flying out. So let me just, they're lovely colours, aren't they? This was Joy's favourite, wasn't it, when we did the prep this morning? It's what? Oh, people buying them in multi-buying, absolutely multi. Well, if you want to make a huge quilt, then multiply, by all means multiply. Right, let me go to this one now. Now, this one is more of a blending one, isn't it? It's called Natural. It's called Natural. You get chocolate, mocha, latte, cream, and then you've got the linear print in there in the ivory, I'd call that one. Lovely bundle. Even if you're not going to make today's quilt, just for your blending, they'd be good, wouldn't they? £17.45. I feel like I haven't shown you one. Oh, this one, the original one. Cool. This one's cool, this one, isn't it? This is the one that Joy's actually using now. That's the one that Joy's actually using now. Cool, isn't it? Oh, no. Let's have a check. Cool prints. This is the one Joy's used. You've seen all these. I wasn't going to do wafting on that one. £24.95. Okay? So that's all your fabric bundles there. I'll leave that as it is. Please be careful. If you've got any of these in your baskets, please, 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 please check out. Right, let's go back because we've got to talk about wadding and quilting and all sorts of things like that.
We have. Getting that one there ready as well.
Oh, it looks lovely in those cool colours. No, but it looks lovely. So again, you're seeing that you're getting the diagonals. Yep. I'll just wait for the upstairs camera. That poor upstairs camera didn't realise it was going to be used quite so much to do. So look, you've got the diagonals of the greys going across like this.
Yeah.
Then you'd have the diagonals of the flowers going there. But then if you look at the other way, you've got the random, but going in order. So let's imagine that's what we're making. So that's as far as we've got with it.
OK. So what I've done with this one is I've done what we call a back-to-front binding. Okay.
Right.
So slightly different than putting a separate binding on.
Can I ask a quick question before you talk about the binding? Yeah. Would you quilt it first and then put the binding, or do you...
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So could we just talk about the... Okay. Sorry, no, I don't mean to...
Well, I was doing it because we need to talk about the cutting of the fabrics before we talk about the bind. Yeah.
I knew there'd be a method to your madness.
There's an order.
There would be, that's fine.
Yeah, because I'm doing back to front binding, which effectively means that the backing is in one piece and it's going to come over and form the binding.
Right.
Okay? So for that to happen, you need to make sure when you cut your backing out, you've got at least an inch, preferably a little bit more.
I was going to say a bit more.
All the way around.
A bit more, yes.
All the way around. And then your wadding.
Right.
Okay, see, there's an order there.
Yeah, no, sorry, Joy.
And then the wadding, I would cut the same size as the backing initially.
Oh, okay. Or, why would you do that then?
Because if when we're quilting, if this moves at all, then we've got somewhere for it to move into. I've seen it happen where it's been quilted and people have run out of wadding.
Oh, and a tiny bit, and it's just going to ruin the whole thing, isn't it?
So I would cut out my backing and then the wadding. So what have we got a choice of? Cotton?
There's three. I've got three choices for you here: full size, full size, and king size. This is the biggest one here. So this is 120 by 120 inches. Now, I would always go, if you're going to do a lot of quilting, I'd always go for one of these, because even if you're not making something that's 120, you're always going to need more squares of it, aren't you, to do things. So this is brilliant. This is absolutely fabulous. Heirloom premium cotton batting there. It's cotton polyester. It's cotton polyester mix. It's 80% cotton, 20% polyester. And it needles wonderfully, apparently. So £35.95. You get with that huge king size one there.
Yeah.
Right. Moving on to the next one. Same make in the full size. So this is now 81 by 96 inches.
Yeah. So that's roughly single bed size.
Say that again?
Roughly single bed size.
Oh, is that?
Probably,
is it?
I think, yeah. Just trying to think of the sizes. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
There you go. So that's the other. It depends on how much you want. It depends how much room you've got. If you haven't got room to store, then don't be buying big rolls of it, because you could put it under your bed, I suppose, something like that. But
yeah, in the
brilliant
in the
price.
Cupboards. Anywhere you can put it.
Yes, exactly. Really good prices here. Yeah. And then, last but not least, we've got the Poly Down premium polyester, easy to quilt. There's loads more waddings on the website if you want to go and choose for other webbings, but these are the three we've got for you today. This has got a down-like softless, machine washable, non-allergenic. Again, that's the same size, look, as the before, 81 by 96 centimetres there. Inches, the centimetres are below, £12.95. So which one of those three would you use to do this then? What would be your personal?
If I'm well, it depends what I'm doing it for. If I'm doing it as one of the charity quilts, I would use the cotton one. And I would get the king size one, because I could probably get 6 quilts out of there at the size that I do.
So you cut it the same size as your
backing? Near enough
the
same size as this. If I'm doing a small quilt, if I'm doing a big quilt, then I want the wadding to be a couple of inches bigger all the way round, and the backing, 2 to 3 inches bigger all the way round. What have you lost?
I'm looking for the quilt now, because then we need to talk about what... so you've sandwiched your backing,
so then
and your
backing, your wadding on the top, and then your quilt goes on the top, like this. And then you've got to do your quilting.
Yes. Now, you can choose what you want to do, really, can't you?
You can do what you want, but there is a rule with this. If you're using back to front...
oh, OK.
Yeah. You can't go past the edge of your quilt.
So you've got to stop.
You've got to
dead
stop.
on the end.
Well, near enough dead on the end of your quilt, yes.
Did you, going back a little bit, once you got to this stage, did you square all this off with a long ruler?
Yeah, if it needs squaring off, then yes, get it squared off.
So this is your finish line here.
Yeah,
so none of your stitches must go beyond anywhere beyond that.
See, normally it doesn't matter, because you're going to trim it right back. Yeah. But because of this one, you have to stop on the end.
Right.
Obviously, you can quilt how you like. You can see on this one, all I've done is put the edge of my walking foot on the seam and use that as a guide, and I've just zigzagged it all the way down. Yeah. Yeah,
I'll just have a look. So you just followed each of the...
Yeah, on both sides.
Yeah. It's very simple. That's a very simple... Oh, I can show it on the back, actually. It's very, very simple quilting, that one. But you could do whatever you want. You could do other lines going through.
Yeah, absolutely.
Your choice,
any quilting, like you could do some nice fancy free motion quilting in the squares or in here if you wanted
but
to.
I quite like this, what you've done makes it look like what we were saying earlier, that traditional old-fashioned quilt, and I just think it's nice the way you've just echoed the lines that are there and not gone. I mean, I love all that swirly-whirly stuff and everything, but this...
It's got a place, hasn't it?
Yes, exactly, exactly.
So, yeah, so we've got the nice clean lines, it echoes the clean lines, stop at the edge, okay? Then, when you've done all your quilting...
Yes.
Now, this is the important bit.
Right, you've gone to the end there. Can I ask one question?
Yes.
How much fabric do you need to make a large quilt, Love Polly? Oh.
It's a bit of a tricky one. Depends how large a quilt really, doesn't it? But I would probably say 2 bundles, but maybe... maybe an extra piece of something for this.
For the backing?
Just depends, yeah.
Yeah.
So
2 bundles, because most of those fabrics you can buy on our website, if you have looked at our website. Yeah. It all depends on the size of the quilt, I suppose, doesn't it?
One bundle.
How much did this make? How much did you use?
One bundle has made this one and the small one, so that's, you know...
Oh, okay, so that's one... Can you see all of that?
A reasonable size, isn't it?
Okay. So let's hold it up. So that and this, because you've got the backing on this one as well. You've used 1 bundle to make all of this.
Half a metre would give, if you've got some accurate cutting going on, half a metre should give you about 32 squares.
Right.
So that'll give you a guide.
Oh, but you've got 2.5 metres in there.
Yeah. So you're going to get 32 squares out of each one.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So the one that's going to need more is this one.
Yes, of course.
Because you use a bit more of that. But 2 bundles will give you a pretty decent sized quilt.
Yes. So yes, exactly. All right. Because what you could also do is use that you can always make it doesn't have to be a patchwork to the edge, or does it? You could do not if you're doing this method, but you could do borders and frames and things, couldn't you?
Even if you're doing the back to front binding, you can still
can you? I just want to get onto that because we haven't...
Yeah, you can still put a border around it. But what you could do is if you use your bundle to do all your squares and then buy a separate fabric...
For your backing.
For your backing.
Oh, and for your zigzags,
and possibly for that as well. Then you've got absolutely loads.
Oh, yes, so you know that you've got your main squares all cut out of your bundles.
You've got all your squares then, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I need to warn you that vintage chic is down to 15, and we had loads of those. The vintage chic is down to 15 of those, £19.45. Right, let's get on with this then.
Okay, so we're laid up, we're quilted. Now this is the important bit because we need to trim the excess wadding away.
Yes, but not...
without touching the backing.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to either need to do it with scissors, which is probably the safest way to do it. If you haven't gone quite to the end, you can sometimes get your cutting mat underneath.
Yes.
But I would normally use a nice big pair of scissors, trim the wadding away,
yes.
So that it effectively looks like this.
This,
Okay. Then when you've done that, then you can take your rotary cutter and your ruler, and you can trim this back to 1 inch.
Right.
1 inch all the way round. Okay. Once you've trimmed it back to your inch, which is roughly there, then all you need to do is fold it in half, and then fold it over.
Right.
And then you've got it ready to stitch down.
And you just top stitch it down like you have on this one.
Yeah.
Can you just do it again, because we didn't see you doing that. So we'll just get onto the right camera.
Yeah. Are we?
Are you going above or staying where you are? There you go. Right. Just shows how to do it.
So I've got my inch. I'm going to fold it in half to the edge.
Yeah.
And then fold it over. Job done.
Brilliant.
Now, I should just mention, my fabric's still doubled here. You'd only actually be using a single fold.
And would you pin it or would you use one of the clips?
I use these all the time. If I show you on this one, it's really good to do. So, as you fold it over, all you need to do is pop one of these in here. They've got a flat edge and they've got a curved edge. So put the flat edge on the bottom. Now, the beauty of these is that they hold it nicely in place, but it's not inflexible.
Yes.
So if you need to adjust things as you go in, you can do it. And when you're sewing, what I find is that between... I've one more, thank you.
Have what you like, Joy. You normally do.
I do. I just help myself.
Yes.
So this one I've just stitched down with the machine.
Right.
Because I haven't got to worry about...
No, because you've got machine lining on the other side as well.
And I haven't got to worry about any gaps or anything like that because I can see it.
Oh, yes, of course, yeah.
So as I'm stitching it, I literally just keep sliding this along like this and keep stitching and stitching until I reach the next one, take it out and then keep going again. You can do your mitered corners with this method in exactly the same way as you would normally do.
Now, if you want to hand stitch it, you can hand stitch it
as well, can't you? Indeed, yeah. And when you're hand stitching down, think about the needles that you're using because very often people will just go and grab the biggest needle they can find because it's easy to thread through the eye of the needle.
Yeah.
But that can actually make it really hard work. If you've got a nice long fine needle, it slips through much, much easier.
Right, I've got a choice of 4 needles here.
Okay.
I think that the numbers on them is well, they get 20 in them, but the 26mm, the 26mm and the 29mm, that's 23. The length, isn't it?
It's 23mm, John. 23.
And what was this one?
Put your glasses on.
Yeah, and this was 26.
Yeah, 26 and 23.
Oh, that's 29, sorry. Right, OK, so now they come in extra fine and fine. So these are the 26mm, £4.45. You get 20 needles, Quilters Premium, fine needles, 26mm length, and you get the little holder that they live in as well. OK. Which one do you want to put in next? Oh, the other red one. So these are the fine 23mm ones. I love the way that they're colour-coded, so once you've opened it, you know that all of your 23mm ones are going to be in the red. I've got 1 minute left now to do the last 2. Oh, now one's yellow, one's green. So I've got a yellow here, 26mm extra fine. Graphics are coming in, they're just very slow. Always when you've got less time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's got a silver eye, that one. Oh, and then last but not least, you've got the green ones, which are the 23mm extra fine ones. And that's it. That's everything covered. Yeah. How long have I got?
Not long.
Right. Joy, it's been a joy, as always.
My pleasure.
Now, when are you back?
I'm back on the 30th of July.
Right, with me.
With you again.
But we don't know what we're doing yet, do we?
No, it's going to be a bit of a, well, we'll see. It
could be something special. It could be something, well, they're always special,
it's
aren't
always
they?
special when we get together.
Thank you ever so much. It's really lovely to see you, especially with your nails like that. Are you going off to cook a Sunday lunch now?
Oh, yes, I'm going to go and cook a pot. Well, I won't do it at lunchtime, I'll do it this evening.
Oh, excuse me. It's posh evening.
Oh, yes, we have to do it posh.
Thank you very much indeed. Joe's up next. We're doing the, I keep wanting to call it the elephant. It's not an elephant at all, is it? It's called a unicorn. It's called unicorn. Oh, I thought they were here a minute ago. They're over there. Don't go anywhere. We will be back here in 3 minutes with the unicorn. Now, you know it always sells out within minutes of the show starting. We've got loads and loads and loads of them, but please be careful. See you here in 3.
Bye-bye.
Follow us on Instagram. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to get our latest posts. We're giving you the chance to win a prize that money can't buy. You and a friend could be joining John Scott and none other than Mandy Shaw on a VIP visit to the Sewing Quarter studio. We'll treat you to lunch where you can put your pressing sewing questions to Mandy and John, and we'll throw in a bag of goodies worth £75. 3 runners-up will also receive a goodie bag of Sewing Quarter treats. To enter, simply find us on Facebook, like our page, and answer the question in the competition post. 3 easy steps, 1 fabulous prize.
So I'm going to be showing you how to do a ladder stitch. Now this is a great stitch when you want to sew something up and create an invisible stitch. Now, first of all, I'm just going to use the example of something like a pincushion, but I need to bring these 2 edges together using the invisible stitch, which is known as the ladder stitch. So first of all, I'm going to take my needle up through the fold. So I'm going to be concealing the knot in the thread. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my needle in through the fold of the fabric and come out. So you can see that I'm on the actual fold there, so obviously there's the raw edges are inside my pincushion. going to take that through. Now I'm going to go to the opposite side and repeat that stitch. So I want to make sure that this is parallel. So I'm going to come in through that fold and come out. So again, I'm making these stitches really big so you can see what I'm doing. So you can see how I'm going across the whole of the fabric. So if I just keep doing a few stitches. So as you can see, we have the ladder stitch there going across the two pieces of fabric. So when I pull my thread, you can see that almost makes those stitches invisible.
Prepare to explore the wonderful world of Bargello quilting with a helping hand from expert quilter Jane Alcock. On Monday the 10th of July, Jane will guide us step by step through this surprisingly simple technique. Even a beginner can master the art of Bargello, which combines basic piecework with clever colour placement. And no one knows colour better than Jane, who has carefully selected for us the perfect rainbow palette. So don't miss this Bargello quilting special Monday the 10th of July at 8 AM, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Don't miss that Bargello tomorrow. Oh, it's fantastic. Anyway, talking of fantastic. We love, well, is it him? Is it her? Oh, they're gorgeous, aren't they? Now, I need to warn you that every time we do this show, sell out, sell out, sell out, sell out, sell out, sell out. First time we did it, sold out in, it was either 6 or 8 minutes. No, the budget was 6 minutes, it was 8 minutes. We've got lots for you today, lots and lots for you today. It's a kit, and there are 4 different colourways. It's just beautiful. Let's go on with it, because Joe's got an awful lot to do in this hour. So let's just tell you about the bundles, right? 4 different colourways, 3 based on pink and 1 based on blue. So let's do this one first. So you get how much fabric do you get in here? I know you get too much felt. So you get splendid pink, this one. You get 1 metre of the white fabric. And then look at this, look at this, look at this. You get 3 sheets this big. 3 sheets of that gorgeous quality felt. Are we going to stick it? So you get the white fabric 1 metre, you get 3 sheets of the pink felt, you get the cushion, I thought it was toy filling, cushion filling, super soft toy and cushion filling. You get a pink thread, you get a black embroidery thread, and you get a white sewing thread, and you get the instructions, £28.45. That's splendid pink. I'll tell you what I'll do is I'll put the white underneath, because the camera has trouble issue. Say that again. Okay, so now which one's next? Pale pink then. I'll just put that on the top. So you get 1 metre of fabric for the white fabric for the body. Then you get 3 sheets of the pale. Oh, it's the same as this one. It's this one. This is just called pink. Dream Believer. So that's this one. So you get 1 metre of the white, you get 3 sheets of the pink, then you get the black embroidery thread, the pink embroidery thread, and the white thread. You get the instructions and the filling. £28.45. Then, now, where's my, oh, he's over there, my spotty unicorn. We haven't got that, the one that I've made before, which I'll show you in a minute, but we've got it in a different colourway. So this way, which one do you want to do first? Spotty pink. So what you get on this one is you get spotty, oh look, this is like my Norman, he sits like that. You get spotty pink fabric to make the body with it on this one. You get the white felt to make the mane, which I think this is the one that Joe's actually showing you how to make today. So you get the pink body and the white mane. And again, you get all the threads and the embroidery threads, the instructions, the filling. And then this one, the boy unicorn. I'll just move that around. Now, no, I don't mean it's for a boy child. I mean it is a boy unicorn, I'd say, if such a thing exists. You get 1 metre of the, oh, excuse me, 1 metre of the spot-on blue. You get that incredible, gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous blue felt there. Now, can you check your still? What colour embroidery thread do I get on this one? Oh, same again, pink and black. Pink and black. I just thought they might do a blue nostril on this one, that was all, Joe. And then you've got white thread, you've got the instructions, and you've got the toy pad. Right. Show the picture of the unicorn. Now, when Jo makes animals, she never, ever, ever, oh, hang on, she never, ever, ever gives them names, right? So if you've got a name for your unicorn, let me know. Right, now, I'm putting this one out on the desk. We haven't got this colourway, but I just want you to see it because he's cute. So we need to move him in like that, or her in like that. Oh, hang on, we're gleaming a bit on there, aren't we? Well, I'll just put him in front like that. There you go. There you go. Right, Jo.
Okay.
This isn't the simplest of projects, is it?
It's not, no.
So it's there's a lot of skills needed in this one, just so you know.
It's around the face, sewing the side bits of the face into the centre, things like that do take... Yes. A bit of experience does help.
Right. Well, you've got a bit of experience, haven't you?
A bit.
Yeah.
Shall I start?
Please.
Okay. The mane and the fringe and the tail pieces, what's them here? These are felt. Now, I've added, to give it some extra detail, but also to stop the felt if it gets pulled from stretching.
Yeah.
I've added straight stitch detail around the side.
I need to, these instructions feel incredibly thick. There's a lot of...
There are quite a few templates.
Let me just go through it with you very quickly. Jo's obviously making the pale pink dotty one with the white mane. Okay. But look at it. It's so thorough, I can't tell you. So there's I know there's the pictures and the instructions here of everything, of the ears, of the little horn, of the mane and everything like that. But look, all the templates are in there. Now, these are all the right size templates.
They are.
Including seam allowance, aren't they?
Yes.
And is it 1/4 inch seam allowance?
6 millimetres, 1/4 inch.
There you go. So you've got everything, and they're all labelled up. You see now, this is why it gets a little bit complicated, because you wouldn't know that was the tummy, would you? But anyway, so I'll keep going. These are the manes, the ears, the fringe, the side face, the horn, the middle face, the side body. You get everything in there, and all the instructions. Right, we love a challenge, Jo. So you've cut out the mane, and you've top-stitched around each of... Did you top stitch first, then cut? Or did
yes.
You... Is that what you're going to do?
This is... The easiest way of doing it is to do it before you cut into strands. Do the stitching then.
And so you cut the rectangle.
So I've cut the rectangle piece out, and I've marked the lines. This is the bottom, this is the top, and I'll just go around them, just to edge them.
So which bits are these the tails that you're doing now?
This is the tail piece.
Has he got 3 bits of tail then?
3 bits of tail, 3 bits of mane, and a fringe bit either side.
I'll show. Oh, is that? Oh, that's not so still. I'll show you there. That's the bit we're doing now. Oh, what have you done?
I pressed the wrong button. There we go. Do that. All sorted. I've been using a different machine out there.
Yeah, any excuse.
What do you mean, any excuse?
Was it your mum that messaged in earlier?
It was, I think.
Oh, she hasn't been in touch then?
No, I've had a message then.
Oh, right.
But I didn't quite have time to read it thoroughly and reply.
If you've got it in your basket, please check out. Lots and lots and lots. You put these in your baskets. Please, please, please check out if you want it.
So it does take a little bit of time.
No, what you've done is you've divided the felt into 3 with the erasable pen, and then you're sewing round where each of the fronds will be so that they don't stretch. Yeah.
You could do this by hand if you wanted.
Yeah.
That one has sort of... The blue one has variegated embroidery thread, and that's done by hand.
Yes. Did you do a machine line as well, or just the...
I just did that one.
Obviously, we haven't got this one in stock today, but this is the variegated... I'll turn it around. The variegated thread on the mane. Also, isn't that the one you put extra pieces in?
I experimented with thickening up, putting 2 thicknesses of... a double thickness of felt for each
that's
strip.
Right. I knew there was a difference on that one.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
No, that makes it very difficult to sew.
Fine.
So I've made those stitch lines, so I'll just trim now in between them, taking care to avoid the stitching.
But you could do that top stitch if you wanted in the different colour. If you're doing a pink body, you could put pink thread around the edge, couldn't you? Because it's just going to add another depth to it, isn't it? So that's your tail.
They're the tail pieces, the main's done. And at this point, just so they're all done and ready, put one on top of the other and baste together along the top edge.
That's a fringe you've got there.
This
Not
is
the fringe, the main, isn't it?
And that's the tail. And then I like to, as you know, I like to get all the bits and bobs done.
So that's the main, this is the tail, and these are the eyebrows.
The fringe bit.
Fringe. What are those called? Oh, eyelashes, I was thinking. They're not eyelashes, it's a fringe. Stock update. This one here, which is just called pink. Over half of them have sold already, just so you know. Oh, you don't want to baste those together then? I'm standing here waiting for you to baste, so they stay there. But you baste those together,
I baste these together,
yeah. I'll put all your pieces here so you know where to find them. And then after you've done your main, your fringe and your tail, because you like to make all your components normally first, don't you?
I do.
What do you make next?
The ears.
Just the one?
I have one.
Oh.
Ready-made.
Okay.
The ear pieces, the front of the ear is wider than the back of the ear. They're the same size around the sides.
There you go, yeah.
So those are the pieces. This front piece is wider, so that when it's done, it can form a tuck. I'll sew them together. So you get a nice fold.
Oh, right, okay, so you sew...
So line them up, from the seam allowance round. I'm going to stitch to the tip and then with my needle adjust and
you'll just carry on up, but once you've readjusted, I'll let you do it and we'll see. Let's watch this.
There's my needle down function.
So you pivot at the corner, then you realign the smaller, the top one to match with the smaller one at the bottom.
Yes.
Or the other way around, whichever way. But you match the side seams. So you're basically making a cornet, really, like an ice cream cornet, aren't you?
It is sort of cornety shape. There we go.
Oh, blimey, your panda quilt's very popular today.
Oh,
Linda? We haven't sold it. Somebody thought we'd selling it and they got panda. Oh, I can ask you now. Somebody mentioned earlier going, oh, Teresa it was, said, have I missed the panda quilt again? Is it coming back? Are you bringing it back?
I don't know. I've not heard anything about the panda
I said
quilt.
yes. We will. Oh, look. I love what you got it hanging on.
That's beautiful.
Oh, look. Linda, well done. Now, has Linda done different eyes?
There's a winky, I think I can see a winky one.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? It's very popular, that panda quilt. Anyway, back to the unicorn. The unicorn's very, very popular, I have to warn you.
I'm just going to snip the seam allowance at the tip of the ear just to allow it to turn. You can put little notches in if you want. I'll pop a couple in along the seam allowance. V-shaped notches just to remove a little bit of the bulk.
Yes.
I'm going to turn it the right way out.
Are you going to make two, or are you just going to make one?
I'll make two. And then we want the front of the ear to be the same width as the back, to mirror the back. So just make a little fold in the front of the ear so it then matches the width of the back, and then baste that fold into place. And that gives the front of the ear a little bit of extra shape and depth.
Right.
I'll baste that into place.
I'll just finish. Oh, no. I was going to say my notches look small on yours, but that's your corner there. Right, I need to... which one? This one, the Just Pink. If everybody checks out... There's too many people got it in your baskets, so you need to check out... Sold out now. You need to check out your baskets on the pink, because not everyone's going to get it. Not everyone's going to get it. So please be careful. I'm just going to go and move it off the table. Okay, I'll turn him back round. Oh, they're so gorgeous. Right, so now you've got to make sure you've got two opposing ears, haven't you, as well?
Yes, there need to be mirror images, otherwise you'll have, if I fold them both the same way, you'll end up having one with the fold
going up and one with the fold going down.
So they need to be mirror images, so I'll just refold that one.
And you've basted that?
I've basted that one in place.
Right, so that's another component.
Oh, I can't make this one fold. There we go.
Did you use the whole bag of toy stuff in? To stuff in?
It does take about a whole bag, yes. You might have a little bit left over, but not an awful lot.
In the fabric, you have lots of felt left over, but you'll have used most of your body fabric, won't you? So you got a metre of the white, or metre of the body fabric. Yeah, you've got a metre. Oh, you have some of that left over, I suppose.
You could, you could squeeze 2.
Oh, you can squeeze 2 out.
Is there a metre of?
Metre of the body fabric.
I had a metre of the pink, and I've practically cut out 2.
Oh, okay. So there you go. You can almost get 2, and there's enough felt to do 2, just not enough stuffing to do 2.
Shall I show?
Do you do the horn next then?
I've cut 2 bodies out.
Okay.
And only the one head, and I've got this left over.
So
you would definitely get 2.
Yeah.
Out of it.
Perfect. So, is it the horn next?
The horn is next. The horn is quite fiddly to do.
Yes, because you don't make the horn on its own, do you? It attaches to a body piece.
It fits around here. Now, I've done it with corners so that you can pause with the needle down and reposition. It makes it easier than if it was just a round curve.
You did that for the viewers, did you?
I did that when I was designing the pattern because I just thought it would be easiest all round. Easiest for me too.
Yes, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah. You're being so hard on me today.
Only because you're always hard to me.
Oh, I'm not.
She is, Helen, she is.
Right. So I've drawn on the seam allowance because this is we're going to stitch along this line, pausing at these corners. And also, so you know where these corners are going to fall, just make little snips there, like that. And that also helps to keep it on track. But when we pivot at the corners, we need to flick some of the fabric out of the way. As long as you do that, it will be fine.
Right.
So there are corners on this as well. So I'm going to stitch down here, pause there with the needle down, lift the presser foot and adjust and go round.
You don't draw your seam allowance on your horn bit then?
No. I have
to. I'm trying to be nice. But get on. Don't email in saying that John's rude to Joe. This is banter. Yes, I know. There'll be emails. It'll be on Facebook later. Most of them are from your mum.
No, I think...
Oh, no. Right, I need to warn you. We ordered extra, because we've seen it sell out so quickly in the past. We made sure there were multiple times extra. They're all selling incredibly fast. This one's gone, the white one with the pink, which is just called pink, that one's gone. Well, it will be when you've all checked out your baskets. And the others are selling incredibly well, just to warn you. I'll go through the colours in a minute for you.
Right, so I'm pausing
this is important.
The needle's down at the corner and just flicking the excess fabric of the horn as that turns out of the way, lining up the next bit, and then stitching to the top bit. I might go one more stitch. There we go. And then pivoting again and moving the seam allowance fabric out of the way there at that corner.
Now, if you're thinking this looks difficult, it's tricky, but wait till you get to the side leg on the body. It's very challenging.
It's, well...
Like little Paul, really. It's like working with little Paul every day.
I'll reposition there. And there is plenty of fabric, so if the first one doesn't go quite to plan...
Oh, yes.
You can always make another ring.
Or you can just practice on another piece of fabric, couldn't you? Don't use your actual fabric. Use on one of your scraps or whatever.
So there we go. I've gone round following that line. And so...
Sorry. Snatched it. So you've just literally gone round, stopped and pivoted, down, stopped, pivoted, come up, stopped and pivoted. It's like one of my shirts, like that, doesn't it? Are you going to snip? Did you snip into anything?
I've snipped into the corners on the middle face piece.
Right.
So it allows it to flex. It makes it easier. See,
did you do that before?
I did that before.
Sorry, I didn't see you do that. Sorry.
And I've opened, so they open up because it does give it that extra bit of flex.
And just literally, you just nip into the corners, but only on the body part.
Only on the middle face.
On the middle face, yeah, not the...
And don't go in too far because you don't want them to reach
Not, but you don't need to do it on the horn itself.
No.
Whew.
There we go. So there's the
I'm
horn.
exhausted already.
And it's not tucked, it's just a bit creased.
Yeah. It's not tucked, it's just
not,
a bit
it's
creased.
not.
Okay, so that's the horn and the middle face there. So what's now next?
The side face pieces.
Right, let me show you this on the actual... I'll show it on the blue one because you'll be able to see them better. So this is the panel that the horn was attached to. You see here? Sorry, Joe. So that was that panel there that goes down the front of there. And then these are the panels that go down the side of the face. You can just see the seam that goes through the eye there, like a princess seam on a lady's dress. Right, what did you just say to me? Right, now, this pink has gone. There's only 5 left of the pink spotted. If you want the pink spotty one that Joe's making now, 5 left.
Okay.
So you have a pink spotty body and he's got white feet and a white mane. We've seen the mane and everything there. And tail. Sorry, Joe.
It's okay.
Carry on.
This straight edge, or straightish edge,
yes,
has to join around the side of the face now.
So there's more pivoting.
There's quite a bit of pivoting, and as well, where the end of the snout will fall, I just make very small, not as far as the seam allowance, so maybe half.
How do you know where to go? I don't know. How did you decide where you were going then?
Just hold it up there. I mean, if you put them all the way along, it would be okay. But from about here down to about here,
okay.
this sort
because
of section.
This edge here is going to be sewn to this edge here, yeah?
And yes, and it needs to curve all the way around.
All the way around.
So I'll make a few more, and then it's worth pinning this around to make sure. I know.
Have we got any pins? Oh, yeah, get your pin cushion. So we don't normally put pins out for your show.
So I'll pin it at the top. I mean, you could just go for it.
Well, even if you're pinning it and you're the
I do just
queen
go
of no
for it,
pins.
But I would.
Well, it looks like it's going together quite easily, actually.
There are bits that fit quite nicely because they have that curve sort of echoes on both pieces. Okay.
I'm going to make the budgie first before I make a unicorn. The thing is, you see, I've got big fat sausage hands and you've got delicate little feminine hands. So it does worry me that I wouldn't be... Well, I suppose I've made intricate things in the past.
I am quite clumsy, though. I'm quite clumsy.
Are you? I've got a friend called Sean who's one of the best milliners. Like everybody uses him, apart from films and TV and theatre. He's got ranges in big, big stores and everything. And yet, he's got little hands, but he shakes like this. And you see him with like fine, fine lace. And he's like this. And you think, how on earth does he ever put it together? It's frightening. I mean, he's not got anything wrong with him. He just has the shakes, but he's brilliant at what he does. Absolutely brilliant.
Maybe
but he's got very cold, his hands are very cold, which is always a good thing. So when at college, they used to say to me, oh, your hands are too hot to do cream silks and everything like that, because I'd be... June says, got the blue unicorn, going to make 2 for my twin grandsons. The tutorial by Joe is so useful. That's June from Eastbourne.
Thank you, June.
And now, June, have you bought 2, June, or are you going to get 2 out? Remember, you've only got enough stuffing for 1 in the kit, though, June, when you come to make it.
Now, I like to have this piece on top when I stitch around, but some people might find it easier. So just experiment, twist it either way.
We had this conversation the other day, didn't we?
Yeah.
Wasn't the unicorn, though, was it? What were we making the other day? And I said, do it the other way up. A bag.
Oh, I think it was that caravan thing. And you were right, it was easier the other way. See, I'm used to having the curve on top because that's the way I put feet in.
Okay.
To the ends of
it's
things.
all what you've been taught, isn't it?
It's finding your preference as well.
Do you know what? You know, we make those little caravan pin cushions and things like that. I went into my local sewing shop the other day and they have a whole range of different things for caravans. So I don't know if sewists like things with
You think it just goes together?
Yes. So, you see, Right, so that's the flat side there that you're going to sew from. And then on the other side, oh, it's not too bad. You just got to watch as you go round here, round the bend, because you see you've got that extra fabric there. So you just...
No, it's true. You don't want to...
You don't want to... So, which is why I would sew from this side, so you could manipulate as you go round. Because if it was me, I'd go, oh, I'm fine, and I'll just whiz round in the thing there.
I think that's... Yes, this is the way I do it, but I think it probably isn't the easiest way.
But just to show there are two ways. If you find it easier doing it my way, then do it my way, or...
Because you have got the fabric that gathers on this side, and you can keep it out of the way if you go that way round.
I wouldn't hand sew it.
No.
Haley's saying, would she hand sew it? I wouldn't hand sew it because you need... think of the pressure that's on this seam once it's stuffed, and once if it's going to be a child's toy, you've got this seam running on here that's completely stuffed, and it's on the bend. You see what I mean? You want it to be machined together. I'll show you on the blue one later. Hello, John and Joe. Thank you for sharing your expertise with us. John, watching you always makes my day. Oh, Alison, thank you very much. Is that a friend of your mum's?
No, I don't.
Oh. She's from Cheshire.
Oh.
Thought she might know her. I'm from Cheshire, mind you. Well, I was born in Birkenhead.
Lost a pin. Oh, I can't pick it up. I need that magnetic.
Oh! Is it over there? Is that magnet thingy over there? You know, the magnet? I didn't hear what you said. Your wish, my command.
Thanks, sir.
Now, I'll just need to check stock. There's 2 left of these, of the spotty pink ones that Joe's making now. Which one, what? What about the baby blue? Oh, you're all right with the baby blue at the moment. Isn't that funny? Because it was the blue was the it's busy, it's popular, but not as popular as the pinks. The blue wasn't as popular last time as well, I seem to remember. Anywho. Take your time whilst doing this seam. It's worth it in the long run. Oh, one of your pins just popped out then.
Pop it in the pin cushion.
I went all the way to get this one for you.
Sorry. Sorry, John.
That's all right.
You don't have to be very precise because it sort of grabs it.
Yeah, exactly. Just throw it towards the pin cushion, it'll catch it. Somebody's messaging saying, how many years have you been sewing?
Quite a few.
Without giving your age away?
I'm the same age as you, John, 39.
If I'm 39, you're about 12.
I sewed quite a bit when I was a kid.
Because your mum's a very proficient seamstress, isn't she?
She is.
Would she like being called a seamstress? Sewist? Right, let's have a look at that then. I'll get the blue one here. So the bit you've now sewn is...
The side, from the top of the head.
From the top of the head... Oh, I'll show you this way around. From the top of the head here, down here, and round there. That's the bit you've done, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
And I think as well, actually...
So then you've got to do the same on the other side now, haven't you?
I do.
Yeah.
But I will just do this. See, when I sew... Because I sew without pins, I think it is, if you're going to pin, I think it's easier to have the middle head on the top. I sew without pins.
Yes.
And I just do it because I've done it quite a bit. So I would have this on, but I think if you're going to pin, have the middle face on top.
Right.
So I'll do this one and hopefully...
We've got our first picture of a unicorn come in. Oh, look! Lynn in Bristol. Now, that's the green. That's obviously the green one we have. I've never seen the yellow one. Have you made that one out of your own fabric? Oh! So she bought the bundle of the white one from us, and then she made her own yellow one, using the same felt, obviously.
That looks fab.
Oh, look at the cutting mat it's on. Where's the Creative Grid ruler? Oh, on the other one. Oh, that's a bin, isn't it? Oh, no, I see. Oh. Lynn, they're gorgeous. I love that yellow. Oh, we should think about doing a yellow one because it looks lovely in yellow. See, this is the thing. When you see them made up, that yellow and green one looks... Normally you go, oh, no, I'm not doing a yellow and green. That looks brilliant, doesn't it, that yellow and green one? I love it. I love the face. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes on that white one. They're so cute, aren't they? Anyway, let's move on. Where did you say that was Bristol? Because you know our sister magazines, they're all based in Bristol, aren't they? How long would you? Well, I hate asking this question, but it's if you sat down to make this unicorn, how long would you, time-wise, would you put to one side to make it? Not you, a viewer.
Oh, a viewer. I would say it's a good afternoon's work, if not a day.
Right. So even if you do a little bit each day, it'll just take a day's worth, as it were.
So we have
Eileen at the Scottish Borders. What is the email address to send pictures to, please? Eileen, here. Studio@sewingquarter.com. Studio@sewingquarter.com. You can send messages and you can send pictures there. Especially if you've got a quilt, your first ever quilt that I'll include in my show tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you, Eileen. Right, so you've done the snout.
I've done the snout. And again, yes, have the middle face on top. Don't do it the way I do it. It's the way
do as I
do as I say, not
don't
as I
do
do.
as I do, yeah.
And to give the cheek some shape, there's a dart in either side.
Just a tiny little dart.
So just bring that together.
It's all on the pattern. It's all on all the instructions, all on the pattern and everything.
So bring it together, right sides together, and just stitch across just to close it, and that will give the cheek a bit of a.
I'll show you on the real, not on the real one, on the finished one. Here, there's a little cheek there. So it just gives it that lovely shape there.
Okay, close the other one. And then, and I always forget to do this, and I remember the time, I want to base the fringe in place and the ears onto the face piece.
Fringe and ears.
And it's marked on the pattern where the ears go.
Hayley, which colour are you going to make then, Hayley? The blue one. She's going to make the blue one for Joseph. That'll be fun to look at and watch.
So I'm going to put the ear on first.
Right. So the tuck goes
facing
right side, like right side together, as it were.
Folded side to the right side and facing downwards. And the ear goes in between. There's a marker on the pattern, but the seam with the middle head down there. So I'll pop that on.
And you just machine base them into place.
I machine within the seam allowance, and you don't have to remove them later. But it means when you're sewing the head on later, they're all fixed in place and they're in the right position as well. Because it's awful when you finished a toy, you turn it the right way out and one slipped as you were sewing it, and you've got an ear halfway down the face.
You could almost do with inventing like a fabric stapler, couldn't you? I wonder if there's such a thing.
Should we do that? Should it be on?
Don't tell anybody, because I gave away a patent the other day, didn't I? I said, oh, I know, it was a foot for a machine, wasn't it?
I'll put the fringe piece on. Do the ear first.
Hayley says, isn't a pin a fabric stapler? No, because you need to leave it in afterwards. You know, like the staple you have when you had your facelift, Hayley, and they pin, you know, like, if you leave it in, you don't take the... No. What I'm saying is, staple with cotton, so it does just, so you can baste it in, rather than basting in, just like a staple, but it's with thread. Hayley said it'll be a bit dangerous to leave a staple in if you're going to give it to a child. I sometimes wonder.
When we've developed this product, though, it will be amazing.
Yes, it will.
So we've got the fringe there and the ears onto the face.
Right. So there's the horn. There's the fringe. There's the ear, and there's the other ear. Are they on the right way around? Oh yeah. Just checking. Right. So that's the. What's next then?
I'm going to do the head now is ready to be.
So that sits there.
Fixed onto the body when
We've got 25 minutes left, plenty of time, isn't it?
Okay, as long as I get to the join. I mean, everything's in the instructions, but as long as I get to the join in between the legs at the side body. Right, these are the inside leg pieces.
Right. Just shows on here then. So this is, oh no, I'll do it on the blue one. So we're doing that section there is that section there.
It is.
And then these are...
These ones.
Oh, they're the fat ones are the bottom ones, and then...
They're the top ones.
Okay. Right, okay.
And this looks a bit daunting, but actually it's really easy. Because you want the upper legs, the front legs first.
This is where Shamoy Mary got stuck on the legs.
Right.
This is where she got us this far, and then she got stuck on the legs, so...
This is not... It's not complicated.
Okay, Shamoy Mary, listen, that's not complicated.
I promise, because it's straight lines and pivoting at the corner.
Yeah.
So as long as they're on the right way, so this is the front of the leg. It's a slightly longer side, I think. Yes.
Does it tell you that on the pattern?
I'm not sure what the markers are on the pattern, but this, if you look
you can
at
see
it,
though, yeah.
It's sort of shaped down towards the foot.
What's the matter, Hayley? Oh, yeah, jot down the time and date now so you can watch on YouTube when you do yours. And also, have you got the date of the first time we did it as well? No.
I'm going to sew along, match up this edge, sew along to there, pivot with the needle down through the fabric, lift the presser foot, and then sew up this section here. So I'll do that.
I'm only saying look at the other ones because Jo does, some of them, does different tips, not different, she does it the same way, but there are different tips on each of them. The last time we did it, we only managed to put the ears in, I think, didn't we? And then we ran out of time. So we're getting a lot more done this time.
I've tried to be a little bit more prepared this time.
You're always prepared, shut up.
Well, I've got a body almost
Alicia. Oh, some lovely names coming in. Hi, Joe. No, John and Joe. I've managed to get a pink unicorn, and I thought of using rainbow-coloured felt pieces for his mane and tail. Great demos, Joe. That's from Alicia. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
That'd look great.
All different rainbow colours. That'd be lovely. I'll have one of those when you've made that. Thank you, Alicia.
So I've stitched that one on that side.
Yeah.
And I'll do the other one. Here, this keeps folding under. Should have pressed these.
Yeah, yeah.
So again, line up from the corner.
Now remember, what Joe said, you could get two out, you could cut two out of the, so for the £32.45, apart from the stuffing, there's enough to make two.
So I'll just press.
Oh.
Finger press, not press.
It's ready to go if you want.
Sorry. That's open, and then I'm going to sew.
Yes, that's my press. It's my trigger word, isn't it? Oh, that's...
You did leap into action
yes.
then. This is the top of the leg.
Right.
The sort of the bend. So I'm going to sew that. This is slightly
But that
more
one
curved.
fits, yeah, but it fits. You can see now that fits, but there's just a little bit of an ease there, isn't there?
There is. So again, pivot at the corner. And they look like they're odd shapes. Well, they are odd shapes, but they go together quite easily.
Yeah. We go together like shamalama-lama, ba-ding-a-ding-dong.
I'm going to get to the corner.
You wait there. You keep sewing. The spotty ones, Hales. Yeah. We haven't seen the other two options, so I'll just bring those with me over here. Oh, yes. So this one's sold out. This one's not for sale today. That's just, I was using that one as a sample. This one's almost sold out, the one that Joe's doing. I've got two other colourways left. I've got the blue, where you get a metre of the spotty fabric blue for the body, and then that really, really rich, well, that's not even cobalt, it's a kind of, what would you say, like a rich cornflower?
Yeah, it's not electric, is it?
Oh, electric. This is almost electric, yeah. Do you want me to put it the other way around? This one. So that's the blue one. And then I've also got the bright pink. Now I'll have to put the white fabric on the bottom because the camera doesn't like white fabric. So you get a metre of the white. It's like this. It's exactly like this one, but with the bright, bright carnival pink. I don't know why I called it carnival pink. Is that such a colour? I don't know. It is now carnival pink. Splendid pink. £28.45. Right, I'll put that back there. Okay, so...
It looks like an odd piece now, but
Yes.
there, we've got the inner legs in. And I'm going to close this dart at the top as well. That just gives the neck a little bit of a shape.
That's just in the
Literally
in the neckline there, that dart.
Normally with darts, I'd say taper the ends, but actually it doesn't matter too much with these.
Oh!
Don't know what happened then.
We're too near the end.
I'm not sure. I'll just put it through.
Do what? We're
A
just
bit
checking
of
the machine.
scrap, just in case I need to rethread the machine. It's fine.
So just put the dart in now.
There we go. And that's ready to join to the side body pieces. So I'll pop that there while I just prep the side body.
So which bit are we doing now then?
This is the side.
Oh, blue one.
From here all the way down.
From the back of the head right the way down to the heel.
And it needs the outer front leg fixed on.
Outer front leg
For this bit.
fixed on.
So normally if I could, I'd get that all in one piece. But
Right,
because
okay.
I can't because these overlap.
Oh, okay.
So we start this. This is the corner of the leg. So on the seam allowance, it's there.
Yeah.
And it needs to fall with this.
So these are like
corner
your
there.
notches on a pattern, really, aren't they? Where you're matching point to point, as it were.
They are because the back of the top leg and the top of the bottom leg meet at the same point there.
Right. Oh, right.
Which makes it easier, actually, but it doesn't sound it. So I'm going to match up that point and sew from there.
You've got 18 minutes left, Joe.
Oh, loads of time.
You finished in tomorrow as well? No, you're not in tomorrow.
I'm not.
You've done your 3 days. So you're starting at the point? Sorry, I wasn't concentrated then. You're starting at that point that we just marked on?
Yes. Oh, for the other side, I wouldn't. I'd finish at that point, but I'd still mark it on.
Yes.
Because it does help. I'm just going to sew this around. It's a bit of a
Yeah, because
curve.
normally at that point, we'd be halfway along and you'd pivot and go back up. You know what I mean?
You would. It would be that pivot point.
Yeah.
And there we go. I went a little bit beyond it. I know. But stitch that leg on there, on that curve. And then this outer leg.
Have you done a dolphin?
Have I done a dolphin? I've definitely made a dolphin in the past. I don't know whether I've made a dolphin.
Oh, you need to make a dolphin here. Anyway, that's a by the by. I just saw that and reminded me of a dolphin, that was all.
Oh, it does look a bit dolphin-y.
Yeah. Right, okay, sorry.
Now, the outer leg joins to the inner leg, but also that top bit of the stomach.
Right. But it's a straightforward seam, that, isn't it?
It's a
that just
straightforward
fits
seam.
exactly.
So I'm going to sew those together.
Isn't it funny how you always turn it over?
I know, I like to sew from the bottom upwards.
Yes.
I have, yes.
Because you just showed me there, going, this goes to here, and then you went to the machine and you turned it round the other way.
I do, I like to, and it's not always, it's the way I like to do it, but it's not always the easiest way, so it's important to find the way that suits you, don't necessarily copy it.
Okay, who sent the message then? Susan sent a message in saying she made a mess of the underarm seam.
Okay.
Oh, she's actually sent a picture of it gone wrong. Oh, her grandson loves it anyway. Well, what's wrong with it? I can't see anything wrong with it. Look, she's even put soles on the bottom of the feet.
Oh, a little heart. That looks really good.
That was amethyst. That one was called amethyst, remember? Right, okay, so the underarm of the front leg, is that what you said? So will we get to that?
We will. Now, the pattern has been amended to make it easier for this bit, because before, with the stretchy fabric, I would have a space between the two legs, but now I've altered it so that the legs finish at the same point.
Right.
Because it is difficult to do when you pivot and sew a tiny bit of stomach and then carry on down. So I've made them finish at the same point. So I've stitched.
Right. We haven't done anything yet, so it's fine.
I'll get to that point.
Yeah.
So this is the side body and this is the stomach here and this is the inner leg. So we've sewn that together.
Yes.
And then I want to put the top of the foot, top of the hoof around there, and then I'll sew the bottom foot on.
This is in the felt now, isn't it?
This is the felt.
Hoof. The hooves are made of the felt.
So I have it this way round, but again, you might find it easier the other way around.
So hang on, which that's the top of the hoof there.
It is.
And that's going to be the bottom of the hoof like that, is it?
Like that, yeah, that's right.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
We need to get to the inside of the top arm.
So it can, as I was stitching the petal blocks, the points on petals, was that yesterday?
Yes.
And it can be easier, actually.
Was that only yesterday?
Was that yesterday?
Can be easier.
Lose track. It can be easier to have it the other way around. So you have the concave curve on top rather than the convex.
You always remember that, because concave is you can live in it.
Yes.
If anywhere I remember it.
The felt's quite easy to sew on because it's quite flexible.
And it's good quality felt, isn't it, as well?
So there we go. That's the top of the hoof on.
Yeah.
And then those threads. Starting at the back, and there's a little point at the back of the bottom foot, the bottom hoof.
Yeah.
Hoof.
Hoof.
So match.
Hoof. So Hayley says hoof. I say hoof.
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 I'm a hoofer.
Hoof. No, because it's like, what's this called here?
Forehead.
Forehead. See?
Right, I like to have the foot on top so I can pivot that round to meet the edge, but again, it's personal preference really. And there's a marker in the middle of the foot so you can line up the bottom with the top of the hoof.
Hayley's finishing your sentences upstairs.
I have a terrible habit of not finishing sentences.
Yeah, but she puts the wrong words in.
I have a short attention span, I think, so I often just leave sentences to trail off.
Do your family know what they mean then?
They don't listen anyway, so it doesn't matter. So that's the bottom on, and then I'm going to sew up the back of the front leg, and then
so is this
where?
This is
the bit.
Was it Sue? The one that needed help with the... Susan. Susan needs help with the inside of the leg, right.
So I'm going to sew up the back of the front leg. Now, the previous pattern, I would pivot a tiny bit and you'd finish, so there'd be a little bit of stomach, but this stops now at the top of the leg, and it's the top of the bottom leg as well.
Yes.
It's quite difficult to explain. Right. But don't do the seam in two... Do this seam in two goes, don't do it in all one.
Can you just show me on here? So you're sewing this...
Well, this is the one that was altered, the very first one.
So that's not even like this anymore. But anyway, so explain on here. So we're doing what you did do was you came along here, then you went a little bit along there, but now this seam joins this seam.
Yes.
So there's no
gap there because
you did that when it was a stretch fabric. The first time
that was the original pattern as it was in the magazine.
So you now have that leg joining that leg at exactly the same point.
Yes, and that it does simplify it.
Yes.
When I originally did the pattern, it was for a stretch fabric, and that's not a problem. You can pivot and make it go where you want. Whereas cotton isn't as forgiving, and you don't have that flexibility.
So you changed all the templates and everything then?
I did. I tweaked them.
Have you charged for it? Look at that giggly.
There we go.
So you're watching Susan. Oh, so Susan might have had...
She might have had the
one
original
from the
one.
original pattern before you adapted it.
There we go. So that leg finishes at that point. And now it's easier to do that in one go and then turn your attention to the top of the bottom leg. Where am I going here? There it is. And so sew those together, and that will finish there. At the top of that leg, which...
Oh, yes, because I remember the first time we did it, you had to do that little bit You have to turn and pivot for literally a centimetre.
It is a really small area. And so we'll finish this seam at that point that I marked on before, that pivot point.
And will you start... Oh, no, you're not starting at the pivot point. We've got 10 minutes left.
I always start at the foot and work
upwards.
Work upwards.
I just find if you've got to match 3 seams all coming to the same place, I like to start at the seams so you know they're definitely matching.
So pivot at that point, readjust. Just make sure those definitely line up. There we go. And so the legs both finish then at that same point. There we go, put it that way, that might be a bit... So they finish there.
No. I was just waiting for Joe. So this leg, this is the back leg. Comes all the way. The seam comes all the way up to there and stops there, and then where's the other leg?
This is the bottom leg.
This is the bottom leg here. So it all comes to exactly the same point now. So you're not doing a little pivot into the body. It's all going to the same point. Right.
Okay. And then join the top of the hoof onto that bottom leg in exactly the same way. So hoof across the bottom and then go around. So to save time, because there's 4 of those to do.
Yes. Oh, you've done one already.
I have a body with all the feet in. Like that, so you can see
Isn't it weird?
Coming together now.
Okay. So what's next then? Oh, it's got no head on it. That's why it looks weird.
So the next bit, I'll join the head on, and I like to start. You can do all in one go, or start in the centre, line up the bottom, and there will be a marker. Let's move all these threads so we can see what we're doing. There's a marker on the template for the centre bottom. There we go. I've transferred it onto there.
So you'd start there at the centre and go up one side, then go back to the centre and go back up the other side.
Yes, that's the way I find it to be easiest. So and then I'll base the mane in place. And the horn sort of closes together, follows the seam along the back.
But the horns, you've got the horn.
The horn's in this middle face bit. I didn't know.
I'm saying nothing. Sorry, I'm saying nothing. Well, I was looking for it on the table, wasn't I? I'm not going to be in the next. They had a presentation where Lucy and I were giggling, like how not to do it. Right. I'm not going in another of those. So if you've got the old instructions, you still have to do the pivoting and going into the tummy, don't you? Because the templates will be, so you can't, if you've got the old pattern, you can't do what we've just done there to the old pattern.
It is only a tiny adjustment, but it does make a difference.
Yeah. Unless you make it out of stretch fabric, and then it's easier.
Stretch fabric's the doddle. Right, so this seam, the side of the head, finishes at the bottom of the horn.
So you've gone from the centre. Let's have a quick look at it.
I'll show you this.
So, oh, hang on. Glasses. So you've gone from, this is your centre of your head there. There's the mark from the centre of the head there. And then you've worked your way all the way up there to the start of the horn. We need to call it something else. And then you go from there, you'll go the other way now, from that point all the way up to the start of the horn there. So you're encompassing the ear and the mane, not the mane, what's that called? Fringe in it.
So see that way. It's...
Yes, it's a glove puppet now.
It was quite hand-sized as well. Maybe I should turn it into a glove puppet.
No.
Okay. So I'll sew this side.
Yes. We've got about 5 minutes left. Oh, we've got 5 minutes and 40 seconds till we have to say goodbye.
Okay.
So if you could have it finished and stuffed, that would be brilliant.
Eyes embroidered on the work.
Oh, yes. Now, we're not going to get to embroidering the eyes on. All those instructions are in the instructions of how to do the eyes and the mouth and the nostrils and everything like that, aren't they?
They are.
What would you like? So I'll just show you the back here. Instructions on the eyes. So all the instructions are there, everything's there. Right. You get all the instructions in the kit anyway. 9th of May, 10 a.m. What's that? What was that? That wasn't the first time we did it. Doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. Does what? Yeah. That's the one we did. I just said we only made about the face and then that was it. We ran out of time. It was in about April, did you make it the first time? Or was it even... No, it's ridiculous. When she said May, I was like, oh, that's a year ago, but it's not, is it? Anyway. So you've gone all the way around now until the start of the horn on that one as well.
It's a bit confusing because I've left the legs going one way. So now I'm going to base. Before closing this, so from the tip here down along the back to sandwich the mane in place.
Yes.
I'll base the mane to one side. And this is how you can get the mane right up to the start here to meet these.
Fringe.
To meet the fringe. So I'll put that on and base that into place. And you want to baste it onto the right side of the fabric.
Yeah. I'm just going to move that because I can see a disaster happening. 3.5 minutes. What?
3.5 minutes, right, okay.
I've got what?
Are you saying I often have disasters?
No. I could see the unicorn pulling the pins off. Giraffe. Have you done a giraffe?
I've not, no.
Have we had the giraffe conversation before? Have we? You sure? No, I think that was just a conversation I had with you. Our friend Cherry, her favourite animal is a giraffe. She loves giraffes.
My youngest was at the zoo yesterday and I had a big conversation about giraffes last night.
Oh?
So apparently they're brown when they're born and they get the yellowy tone as they get older.
Oh. Did you know oysters, when they're born, they're all boys? No, hang on, which way around is it? They're all boys until they're a certain age and then they all become a girl.
Ah.
Yeah, because then they can make the oyster then. Don't know how it works. I was listening to 12-foot tall Ruth was telling me that story on telly the other day. Right, so you've basted the mane in place.
The mane's in place. I'm going to sew the horn together at the top and then carry on down to just beyond the mane.
Right.
I'm going to leave that bit open.
Okay.
And I need to get the tail in as well.
Go on then.
This is really chunky here, so take your time with that bit.
Just to warn you, if you've got these in your baskets, please check out. Two of them have sold out, one of them's almost sold out, and the blue one is still available. Oh, but limited, the blue one's limited. Right, this is where you have to be careful then, where you're going through all the thicknesses of the felt. Oh, there's only about 12 of the blue ones left. Hayley says, can you do a dinosaur as well, please?
I've done a dinosaur.
Oh, she's done a dinosaur.
Well, which particular dinosaur? I've done T-Rex.
I bet it was difficult to stuff his little legs.
The tiny, tiny arms?
Yeah. She wants one of those that's got a big shell thing down its back.
Oh, that sounds quite
Stegosaurus, apparently.
Stegosaurus.
Damn, she's got to do the whole of the British wildlife birds for Hayley, for Hannah yet, isn't she?
So there we go. And then...
Turn him out, because it's not turning out time yet.
It's not quite. The tail, fold the tail over so you get an extra thickness. Baste it on to the right side.
Yeah.
Pretend I've stitched the stomach back.
Yes, because you've only got a minute.
Shall I turn it out the right way?
Yes, while you're turning it out, let me show you tomorrow's menu. Oh! We're about to show you the whole master schedule then. It's me tomorrow. It's me on tomorrow again. Bargello quilting special at 8 o'clock with Jane with no wine. 9 o'clock John's Fabric Fiesta. 10 o'clock 4-patch masterclass. And then 11 o'clock tools of the trade. That's when we're going to be showing you all the pictures of your first quilts in the 11 o'clock hour. Oh, it's a forelock, not a fringe.
Oh, a forelock. Oh.
Who said that? Alicia. Thank you, Alicia, for that. Got 20 seconds to say goodbye, Jo.
So
you literally leave an opening at the back, stuff it, and then hand stitch it down the back.
Yes, and then embroider. Draw on with a water erasable pen your eyes, and then embroider them on.
And that's all the instruction in the book. Thank you so much. You got much further than I thought we would. So you're not in now for a couple of weeks, did you say?
I'm not. I think I'm back with the Christmas.
Oh, the surprise, Christmas in July, that one, it's a surprise. I'll see you tomorrow. It's not really. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Thank you to Jo. Thank you to Joy. Thank you to watching. See you tomorrow at 8.
We're giving you the chance to win a prize that money can't buy. You and a friend could be joining John Scott and none other than Mandy Shaw on a VIP visit to the Sewing Quarter studio. We'll treat you to lunch where you can put your pressing sewing questions to Mandy and John, and we'll throw in a bag of goodies worth £75. 3 runners-up will also receive a goodie bag of Sewing Quarter treats. To enter, simply find us on Facebook, like our page, and answer the question in the competition post. 3 easy steps, 1 fabulous prize.